Good evening, everybody. You've all had a weekend with Book of Hours. I, of course, am a very big fan of this, but you all have had a chance to play this yourselves, and I have had a chance to get some rest. So I am going to take a quick second here and just make sure all the settings are where they need to be for the stream. We should be good, but always nice to double check. Excellent. Okay. And we will open up Book of Hours. My God, there's actually quite a few of you who are putting responding to the tweet, so thank you for that. Book of Hours has been absolutely wonderful for outreach. Books are the memory which does not die, inscribed in 5 languages over the gate of Hush House. Go quietly. Book of Hours is not a punishing game unless you want it to be. But yeah, this is obviously the release of this game has been wonderful for attention to the channel. That's obviously not the main point for being excited for Book of Hours being released. The main point of excitement is this game we've been looking forward to for so long is now out, and more importantly, the game has seemed to have gotten a very warm reception. Olaf, it is wonderful to see you. I hope you are doing well. Are you interested in this game at all, Olaf? I know it's not your normal thing, but I don't know if this is a game that that is your kind of thing, or if you just tolerate me playing it because you're a nice person. So just a quick word here. This is the Perpetual Edition. Welcome to Hush House. The Perpetual Edition watermark at the bottom left means you bought in the launch week, so thank you for your early support. You'll get all the expansions for the game for free forever. Problems? Mail us at support@weatherfactory.biz. Please send us your autosave.json and your player.log from your save directory, and as much detail as you can manage. If you're not sure where that is, click the feedback and bugs menu button, or go to weatherfactory.biz/support. Tips: these are all in the loading screens, but from the FAQ department. If you're new to Book of Hours, you may not realize just how far you can zoom in with the scroll wheel. When upgrading a skill, you can use a lesson from any skill if it matches at least one aspect, and you only need one lesson. The rest can be any matching memory. If you used up your starting ink, don't worry. There are lots of ink pots in the house, and you can learn to brew your own ink. Brew tea at a kitchen range, but don't throw it in the fire, and backspace cycles between completed workstations, or rebind. And we got a number of patches here, so what I'm going to do... What I'm going to do here is I'll read... I do want to take a minute here and just go over some of the patches. I'm not going to do this on every update, but there are a couple of items worth mentioning. I think we actually did talk about 2023 B4, or 8B4, but we'll do it anyway. So, Arrow WASD, key navigation no longer sticks. Insane bug where unlocking Brandkrug would try to trigger an achievement tens of thousands of times. Fixed. Add missing dialogue for Corso regarding Apollo and Marsyas. Stains librarian. Also, he now reads Frisian. Resting at the Sweet Bones in Numa has an outcome. So this is actually how I found out about resting at the Sweet Bones. Comfort slots are displayed with a gentle uplight hint. Reading messages appear before read messages. Improving some placement rules for wall art and books. Oversized egg no longer has the living relic aspect, to my tremendous disappointment. Corrupt autosaves can again be bypassed by loading backups from the menu. Display layout tidier for items and slots with lots of aspects. Multiple achieved endings display more attractively. Beasts can now be released and items renounced to the sea. Dividing a gold spintra at the smithy is no longer perpetual money exploit. Hotfix: comfort slots shouldn't block things anymore. Let us know about any strays. And updated credits in memoriam of Mickey Herb. Alright, 2023 8B5. That left-hand bookshelf in the Westcott room is no longer blocked. Fix broken tooltips on essential required forbidden. Disabled saving and auto-saying in the Wisdom's Tree for now. Increase the number of backup saves from 7 to 14. Fix Linux and Steam Deck cloud config, I think. And you can no longer learn skills at desks. It could break skill progression. Patch 2023 8B6, practice equipment now correctly shows the edge aspect. Exercise yard now correctly allows winter aspect. Hendrick's blade can now go back in the slot where you found it and greatly increase the autosave interval. This isn't cultist, and the autosave can be a bit demanding. Finally, oh, we've already done these, so those are the updates. Let's just double check. I know sometimes when there are some patches, it'll go back down on the graphics quality, but we seem to be in good shape here. And finally, I have a lot of save files. I did do a little bit of cleaning over the weekend, but I've got, so I believe this is the save from the Steam stream. This is the save from the interview with on GOG. This is the stream, this is the save that we've been doing on Twitch, and then this is the YouTube series. So obviously I am doing my best not to overwrite these. But let's load up. I am going to be taking some breaks in between just to make sure that I've got my spreadsheet updated. In fact, if you can give me a second, I'm going to just move. I've got a work laptop sitting on my desktop right now that I'd actually like to throw it across the room, but work might have a say on that. All right, here we go. So it's a stormy day. We've got an unusual nun on an unusual pilgrimage. Nuns don't usually travel alone. This one does. The Sister of the Triple Knot provides Nock, Moon, and Grail assistance. Talk to her before she leaves if you want to use her services. If you can just give me a second here. I was maybe a little too fast to start the stream. I just need to get some water. Shouldn't take too long, but I want to make sure that I have a nice solid session today, and I think if I get something to drink that will help. So just one second. All right. Now I think we are well and truly ready. So one confession I have, I know I was working on this on Friday, but I was exhausted, so I'm not 100% sure on my plans. I also don't have my tablet in front of me because I ran out of battery life on it. So I'm going to take a minute here just to review. So again, Nock, Moon, and Grail, we should have 4 of each. So the question that would invite would be, do we want to try and go for the Moon here? I think the 10 Moon is the most likely. Yeah, in this case, we would want to use a generated memory for that. We can't use weather. There is also the option of the Nock, so 9 Nock, although I don't believe I have a Nock instrument. And we can't really do anything with the top of this room. Okay, so as far as Nock is concerned, I mean, we can bring her up to 6 with a pattern, at which point it would really be a question of what kind of beverages or food could I provide, because we don't have a Nock tool yet. Now, as far as the Moon is concerned, so again, that's nothing. There's like the storms and all of that. That doesn't exactly help. But I do feel like we're in a better position as far as Moon is concerned. So with 4 Moon, then we add 5. Okay, 4 Moon, then we add. Oh, sorry. Also, we've got the 2 Shaft. So 4, 6, 8. Oh. Okay, that's actually pretty straightforward. But then again, it's not that hard to get 9 Forge. So let's not get too excited there. Okay, so as far as the Moon is concerned, let's go back. So 4 Moon, 5 from Trist. 6 from a tool, and then 8 from a memory. So we can get a none up to 8, and then I guess let's see what we immediately have available as far as like drinks and food are concerned. Yeah, so 1 moon from the pickled mushrooms. Okay, Pelkards give us 2 moon. Okay, I'm actually going to have to write this out. So 4 moon, 1 tryst is 5. Memory is 7. Globe is 8. Okay, so the tryst, memory, and globe are accounted for. Pilkards, okay. Or 10. So I guess if that's the case, where's the moon drink? I think it was the Armagnac. Yeah. So now, let's see if I can find a 1 moon food item. Mackerel's pretty good for... Alright, well, I think... Oh, an Eigengrow. Okay. Well, let's not worry about the Eigengrow, because we kind of have a few of these. So yeah, in this case, we definitely can justify hiring the nun. Now we still haven't, figured out what we're gonna do with the weather yet. So I suppose at this point the question would be, how do I... So I think this is the too difficult to read room, if I'm not mistaken. Let's just double check that it is in fact... obviously we've learned a couple of languages since then, but I think it's a bunch of Mandiac. Plus 20 Mythic Dungeon, you're able to say hi. You're doing well. Excellent. I know you have other things that that are going on, so and you enjoy the game? Cool. All right. Sorry, lost track. So I guess. Oh yes. Okay. I've got my possibly too difficult piles. So none of these are heart or sky touched. This is going to be crazy if I can't actually do anything in a storm now. I mean, it's wonderful because that just means that my progress has gone so far. But it's a little nutty if we're actually that far. Okay, so we've got the Mirror of Melisandre. Let's throw this on a sky desk just to see what we're working with here. So I think it's Sacre-Lamea is my best sky shot. Now I suppose I could try an ink if I was so inclined. Yeah, so we're actually short 3 on that. That's very likely we would not succeed in reading this text. But again, the question might be, like, am I willing to... Oh, sorry, that's not entirely true. We're too short. So I mean, this is not great. I'm counting on a couple of things breaking my way, but I do feel this is worth the risk. So yeah, I'm going to lock it in. Now, we've got 60 seconds, so I think one of the things I'm going to do with my turn, we're also going to hire the nun. So I'll hire this one for a day. I am tempted to... I'm actually going to get my Faust back at the Sweet Bones. And the reasoning here is I want to have all my ducks in a row in case it asks me for an element of the soul. I'm delighted. I'm delighted to hear this, Olaf. You are by far the person I always keep in. You are the person who I have most in mind whenever I can't start on time, because you have been so loyal, I guess, for lack of a better term, that I do actually feel a little bit bad when I don't deliver. All right. I was interested, there used to be like 77 people streaming this game before, but anyways. So I'll pay the tuppence. Rest and refreshment, winter. In winter, it is winter and the storms have tightened the seas. I am sitting before the fire in the Sweet Bones with a beef and potato pasty in one hand and a hot ale posset in the other. Okay. So the tryst is going to go to the nun. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use Apollo and Marsyas to get a storm, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So that's just going to be an insurance policy here. So, Heart Unceasing, I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So that's all the prep that I can do for reading this ambitious sky text. We are preparing for a day where we, we move we use the nun to move into a new room. I don't believe we have any books that we need to, I don't think we have any books to catalog. So, again, just taking a minute to sort myself out. These books have been read. This one we can't read. We can't read that one. I probably can read Colors in the Liver. Six. So I would need a memory for that. But it's not that hard to generate a Grail memory. Okay. This is riskier than what I would normally want. Did you, Inferno? Good to see you. I'm going to try an impertinent vitulation. Now, the problem here is that I'm doing more than one... I'm actually reading more than one book in the period where I fully expect to be hit by Numa. So I am potentially setting myself up for some disappointment here. But I'd like to make the most of the day. And the aim here is going to be the more that I read early on, oh wait, do I have an impertinent vigilation? I don't think I do now that I think of it. I think that was another playthrough. But Fekri's Herbery is my go-to for that, so... but yeah, so the danger that I have here is that I'm not leaving myself a lot of elements of the soul available to actually level up these skills. But I do like the idea of kind of going in early and... you know, pushing as hard as I can, just to see, you know, basically, I want to set myself up at a point where if I really need the, like if I really need the elements of the soul, I can recover them at the Sweet Bones, and if I don't, then that's fine. We've just, you know, gotten even further in the day. So, let's start improving the nun. So, secret sorrows may join our strengths, boost Moth and Moon. The nun's assistants, the sisters of the Triple Knot, are long gone from this corner of the world, aren't they? What comes neither of us knows yet, but we will. Okay, I guess we can feed her the pilchards and or the mackerel. Is there a difference between... Nope, it's basically the same, so... We'll start with the mackerel. I can offer my assistants something to eat. This will increase their aspect. It's also just friendly. Now, if I get a chance to just sort of talk with the sister about memories, so much the better. But that's not the immediate concern right now. All right, opportunities. So, art, it's educational. Memory, I think we got it. And relevant furniture, we do have this text. So we didn't actually need to refresh... our Faust, but we'll make something of that. Here's our memory satisfaction. Here is our storm. Oh, actually, I can use the Faust to get a moon memory. Probably a confounding parable helps there. Yeah, 108 is my go-to confounding parable. Scale secured. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Although oddly enough, I may actually have... So after the mackerel... Okay, no, we still need to boost her. So... Armagnac. Armagnac d'Ise. Armagnac can only come from Gascony, but if you believe Monsieur Corentin, his vineyard began with vine cuttings from Yves beyond the sea. I can offer my assistants something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. All right. This is the memory, so we don't get to try any of the other stuff, but that's fine. This is exactly why we put this in the list of possibilities. There's still a chance. All right, so for this book, The Mirror of Melancinth, the daybook and dream journal of Abbess Melancinth, venerated as a saint and respected as an alchemist. Melancinth speaks longingly of those we would call from behind the sky. Melancinth claims that sights and sensations arts that she describes can be used to invoke the dream of a star when sufficient sky aspect is invoked to uplift an ascendant harmony. Okay, this is probably something I want to put in my notes. So again, the texts that we're reading now are actually getting pretty explicit in terms of some of the things that we can build at the crafting stations, and I want to make sure that I've got some notes. My desktop is a complete mess right now. Okay, so sufficient sky. Wonder if we use that ascendant harmony at the telescope. And then we'll see what memory we got. So that's solace. Let me just see if I need to add that text to my list. I do. I'm also probably getting that wrong. So Melanthe? Yeah, I don't know. I've been mispronouncing Teresa Galmier for so long that I'm just kind of accepting the pronunciations are all over the map. All right. Do we not have sights and sensations? That's astonishing. Good news for me, though, if that is the case. Okay, no, we do, so... But where? Okay, so we've got a solace, so we need 2 more memories off of that. I would kind of like to lock that in. I suppose it does invite the question, though... Like, where do these other memories come from? I would also need to get my Faust back. Okay, well, here's what we'll do. I'm gonna get my Faust back at the Sweet Bones. We can get at least one of these. Now the question would be, do I want to try... Like, I've got this satisfaction already, but maybe the answer here is we use the shaft to get me a winter. Yeah, I'm gonna do that, but I'm gonna do that after conversations with the traveling nun. Okay, down to the Grussians. So here we're just gonna have a chat. I could encourage my assistant, work with them, or for a little while exalt them, or I could just listen to whatever they might have to say. So the idea here is we're going to sort of roll the dice to see if we can get a sky or a winter memory that we can throw at this. We'll still have 1 sights and sensations to work, and in this case the memory satisfaction kind of gets chucked away, but that's just because I don't want to have too much on my plate. So we'll talk with the nun about the confounding parable just to make sure that they're leveled. Alright, great. The hindsight's already working for us. So I can discuss a memory with my assistant. So in this case, we can go to the furthest depth. So I would love to go a little bit further here in the wheel-filled spring, but I think it's better for me to focus on something like the rustling stair, just so that I don't need to worry. I don't need to worry about getting enough moon in the future. I always figure it's better to use the more I always figure it's better to take the more difficult location first. We do still need one more winter memory, but the trick here is that I can use the shaft to earn another one in a pinch. So better now. I'm a little mad that I've learned about recovering elements of the soul using the sweet bones, and it's not because this is a bad thing to do. It's because the descriptions are so good, they actually make me kind of hungry, even though I've actually just had dinner. A good, nice fish supper, so. Okay, so here we're just going to grab whatever we can from the nun. And then just a reminder here, with sights and sensations, the idea is that we will apply our Faust. We've got memory solace, we've got memory hindsight, so a winter or a sky will do the trick here. And if we can get it before too late, we can use our shop to earn some money. And if it's too late, then we if we don't get it, then we can just use it to I'll do Keonid Abydos and we'll get a regret, let's say. Okay, so the revelation doesn't really help me. We'll maybe try one more conversation. Actually, I guess we could do two, technically. I don't think the stolen secret helps me. Yeah. Although it would have helped to level up the nun as it happens. Alright, night has fallen, dawn will come soon. I think probably let's go for the bird in the hand and read Keonid Abydos for the regret. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Ooh, that's a full minute. I didn't quite realize. We are going to be pushing things. We're probably not going to get our Faust back for reading the text. Alright, we will open the rustling stair. So, serpent scales whisper on stone, serpent eyes glitter in the pale window light. So I want to keep a close eye on this memory. We'll just double check here to make sure that I'm not losing my mind. Yeah, none of my existing memories will work here. I'm gonna be kind of miffed if I missed the boat on this, but I remember there's just a little bit more than a minute once the sun goes down. Uh-oh. Oh, we just made it. I'm not gonna get my Faust back, but another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. Oh, oh man, I dodged a bullet there. All right, Numa, the short assistance season, labyrinth season, when the year loses its way, when time is a river and memory a winged bird. In Numa, oddities ripen in the gardens of the Isle. Unexpected visitors arrive, memory departs. When Numa ends, all memories will vanish with it, even persistent ones. All right, so we have our work cut out for us as far as recovery, or as far as getting the thanks, Canopia, the one and only Hobie. I mean, I still have sights and sensations. Like, I still need to upgrade sights and sensations with 4 memories, but obviously, you know, we've got the 4 that we're gonna need. Or I guess it's 5. Anyways, we should be able to recover what we need, although we may not be able to do something with the Numa memory. So we'll see how that goes. Anyways, river, wheel, flame, time. It has been called a wheel, but my family perceive it as a flame. Coolest at its heart, but wildest at its edge. Will draw a Numa incident, find a suitable visitor for the current Numa incident, or retire the current Numa incident if there are no visitors left for it. Alright, we have got Julian Cosley. Is anybody familiar with Julian Cosley? If not, I have an appropriate theme song for him. DDG says, I just entered the chat. All I saw was some sort of Numa event. I don't know what that is, but it seems scary. So DTG, the big thing, we can actually take this from the description of Numa. So Numa, the shortest season, labyrinth season, when the year loses its way, when time is a river and memory is a winged bird. In Numa, oddities ripen in the gardens of the Isle. Unexpected visitors arrive, memory departs. When Numa ends, all memories will vanish with it, even persistent ones. So I just read a book which gave me 2 sights and sensations lessons. And the catch with that is that if I... so these are what are called persistent memories. So at the end of Numa, persistent memories go away, and it can be quite helpful to have your memories leveled up. So the thing I was worried about was... reading a particularly complicated book during Numa, and then finding out that, is basically right before that we get hit by that season, and then all of a sudden I'm going to lose the memories. And basically that's what's happened. The difference is that I've already got 30 seconds to work with the existing, memory that I have here. So I'm basically going to have to dedicate all of my attention to improving my sights and sensations. And incidentally, if I don't find a use for this earth sign, this is also going to be lost. But I'm okay with that because I was going to try and do something with this earth sign anyway. Or I was going to try and experiment with this earth sign anyway. So I mean, again, it's still not an ideal Numa. Like, there's lots of stuff that you can do during Numa that I'm basically not going to be able to now. But we'll do our best. So yeah, I think in this case here we can just pass over the sea. Well, I mean, I guess I can start by, if it's going to be Winter and Sky, I think we can start reading the books at this point. So. So Apollo and Marsyas for a storm. Oop. Kion and Abydos for regret. I suppose I need to leave the Faust to be able to actually level up the skill, so... We'll read the mirror again for the solace. So that leaves my health. And introduction to the histories. So that's going to be sort of my base. And then we'll, if I have to, I'll recover elements of the soul. And the yearly stipend. The yearly stipend from St. Ronwin's has arrived, along with the usual rather sniffy reminder that I should spend it wisely. Alright, let's see how the day goes. And Noom Broom. Oh, we got an Iron Spintra for that as well. So we're certainly doing quite well as far as money is concerned, although we can always do better. Alright, is there someone en route to Hush House? So for those of you who are not familiar with Numa, Mr. and Mrs. Kill. Mrs. Kill, the midwife, is tall and gloomy. Oh, this is interesting. Yeah, there we go. The mists are thick, but as I approached, I saw a lamplight in the rector's study. Now, though, I see the windows are shuttered, and the light I saw was a fugitive wisp like a lost star. Numa. The telegraph line crackles, the mist surges and retreats. From far away, it might be the hills above the village. I hear the postmistress' voice crying out, imprecations and lamentations in the Cornish tongue, but there is no sign of her here. Numa. There's also cool stuff that grows in the gardens, but we've already used my health for earning an element of... sorry, we've already used my health for something else, so... I do plan on trying to recover all of this stuff, but again, first priorities are dealing with sights and sensations. We do have Noom Broom. So in this case, Numa's Brumptuous Vapors, 5 Knock, 5 Moon, 5 Rose, 5 Winter. So I suppose the question here would be, what do I want to try and do with it? My usual answer here is to take a look and see what kind of crafting I can do. And then one option I have is using this as an input to my lessons learned, if it comes down to it. But one way or the other, we'll deal with that later. I think we... well, actually, I guess I can try the... Well, no, because Sights and Sensations is going to be leveled up. Okay, yeah, we'll give this some time. I need a minute to get everything worked out. Although Julian Cosley we can work out here. So Magus Winterlong, controversial philosopher, for an immortal exalted by an hour of silence, especially one who might be dead, he has had a great deal to say for himself over the years. So anybody curious about Julian Cosley's theme song? Talk, although not in the library, please. A conversation with Julian Cosley. If Solomon is gone, if Solomon remains. If there's an incident card active, you can discuss it, or just leave the slot empty and offer a consultation. So he's interested in 7 Moon or 7 Winter, and we are working on the matter of the softer frost. In Numa, visitors will be concerned with how and when things end. On the softer frost, another echo. Thomas, Ava, Matilda, Brian, every name. Try a book with as much mystery winter as their winter interests. So we should be able to cover that, but let's maybe just double check. Yeah, that'll work. Actually, that's the exact same one we gave Rowena. The words I wrote will always be those words I wrote then. Writing my final edition, it changed a great deal, but not that. So with the words of others, but if I read them, even reread them. So that's interesting. I don't think I have on the white. Endings like the pale light before a pale dawn. We can always be certain of a first time. We can never be certain when it is the last. Although at this point I do want to see if I have on the white. Apparently not. It is in the game, though. It earns a regret. So I'm just going to double check here to make sure I didn't do anything too ridiculous. Yep, nope, looks like we're, looks like they still don't have the Husher book. I didn't realize we had multiple copies of Nin's Cages. That's kind of neat. Something happened. Again, I'm extra cautious here just because of the season that we're in. It's not... Okay, I'll be honest with you. It's not the end of the world if I don't... like, if I don't get... if I don't get something from... sorry, if I don't get something out of Numa... Or, sorry, if I don't get Sights and Sensations to 5, like, I'm not gonna kick up dust and say what a crappy game this is. But, you know, it's just... It's nice to... Okay. Yeah, we already have 4 elements of the soul working on this. So, but I still want to make the most of the trip. So, let's see if we can recover Faust at the Sweet Bones. So, the refreshments of the Labyrinth season. The inn is crowded with Numa's heralds and pilgrims. Their meat is unfamiliar. Their drink is unknown. As I linger at the window, an electric bulb flares like a marsh light. A guest raises her glinting eyes and sees me. She beckons me in with a gloved hand. Okay. Hindsight. Solace. Regret. Storm. With these powers combined... So satisfying to have come so far, improve the skill to level 5. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use my health. We're going to restore that, ideally with the lowest cost item I can find. Hopefully I have a picture kicking around somewhere. I may not. Also, it occurred to me I haven't actually read the description of the staircase yet. I was so panicked about Numa. You know, I should actually be brewing the tea at this point. Like, at some point, I'm going to need to use this. I mean, I have a few kind of surplus drinks that I can use, but the idea here is I should always have a pitcher of water. Like, if I don't have that is the lowest possible stakes. I guess in this case we'll use the Eigengrow. Like, a pitcher of water is the lowest possible stakes in terms of getting what I need. I could also use the Roskragen whiskey, but that does actually have something I need, so... Yeah, we'll settle with an Eigengrau. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. I could have also used the Witching Tisane, I suppose, but... So I am curious what happens when I recover in the Sweet Bones. All right. So more Spintra. Spintria. So we'll still have something to do with Noombroom. We'll probably also have something to do with the Earth sign, but... Oop. Refreshments of the Labyrinth season. I have eaten, I have drunk. A cloying taste lingers. My lips are stained with gray. The skill is now level 5. Its power aspects have also increased. Interesting. All right, I was not expecting this. I've eaten, I've drunk, a cloying taste lingers, my lips are stained gray. My inner light gutters, then flares. I am snared in a dangerous fascination. Your Faust now has a malady. I'm still going to be able to do stuff with this, but Horizon Sight, on a clear autumn day, the story goes, you can see yeast from the Watchman's Tower. I don't know whether that's true, but on a clear day in Numa, you would see the city unbuilt. Dr. Brian Levinson. I really don't need that explained, thanks. All right, let's get caught up on some of the things. So does that make the cost higher with a Fascinated Faust? Not really. So it's really more about the malady here, DTG. So, in fact, I can probably recover this right away, given that we're going to be losing the Earth sign anyway. But yeah, no, like, maladies are a double-edged sword here. So a malady can't be exhausted, but you'll notice, kind of compared to my existing Faust, like Faust has 2 lantern and 1 sky, whereas a Fascinated Faust is just 1 lantern, so there's a bit of a trade-off there. And when you mouse over on malady, it says something is snared or sickened my soul. Soul cards can be malady tainted when you're exposed to dangerous influences, sometimes when you fail in a task. Maladies cannot be exhausted, but your soul is altered and weakened, and there can be serious consequences if they go untreated. So, yeah, I mean, in this case, this is largely about experimentation. There's a bunch of different things that happen during Numa, and I wanted to see what I could do. There is actually one other risk that I can take, but it sort of depends on... at this point, I need to start making some specific choices here. Now, one thing I am curious about, so we had the Shadowed Stare, which required a memory. So this is a persistent memory. But in this particular case, we've got, it can't be a weather, so if I want, I can actually now pass the Shadowed Stare. I am curious about some other things, though. I can't consider this. I'm curious about considering... Right, so it won't let me use something tainted. Oh. I don't even remember what room that was from. What room seems like it could use a Shadowless Silk? In Numa, in this season, memory can sometimes be a mirror, which is to say, among other things, we might consider its shattering, Add an element of the soul to learn about an unusual action only available in Numa. Now, I don't think it's going to take... Well, no, this says element of the soul, but it has to be sky or winter. So maybe we take auroral contemplations. That brightness in the mist, is it the sun? It might be unwise to gaze into it. You can choose to forget almost everything you have learnt of this skill, since you haven't yet committed it to the Tree of Wisdoms. You'll gain 19 many-faceted lessons, one fewer than you spent to get this far, which can be used to upgrade any skill, but always disappear at dawn. Jesus Christ. Okay, that would be a complete disaster for me. But yeah, that is interesting. So this is almost like re-speccing. So what I am curious about here is what the story is with glass blowing and vessel crafting, although I may not have the element of the soul required. Yeah, so it wants knock or sky, neither of which we have. So I can't see what would have happened if it was committed to the Tree of Wisdoms. But again, we got a few different things to do. So first of all, Hidden Stare. After Berlot's retirement in 1861, the Curia found itself short of promising candidates until the arrival of William Harries, a former Dutch Lutheran priest and a sometime correspondent of Stanislav Schaller. He has been a missionary in the Dutch East Indies until his faith was lost or transmuted into a devotion to St. Agnes of the Gate, and he was drawn to Hush House. He won his position by presenting the Curia with a key long lost. That was the key to this very stair, but only the naive would assume the key was a tangible object. So this is the Dawn period. I'm assuming that image is the Carapace Cross. In 599... Well, but then the Carapace Cross probably wouldn't be around in the 599 AD, would they? In 599 AD, the traditional date of the first foundation here, sometimes called the Abbey of the Black Dove, sometimes the Abbey of the White Crow, but the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot first built their temples here much earlier than that. Amenophiz, thank you very much for the follow. Okay, so we've got the Riddling Stair, 12 moon, 12 rose. So if we find the nun, we can cover that. Half-seen faces, mouth half-heard riddles. This is none of Van Loren's work. These defenses are much older than the Curia, but the Curia found a way to answer these riddles, and so will we. I am going to commit the Horizon Sight when the time comes. In fact, yeah, the Horizon Sight doesn't tell me anything that Noombroom doesn't, so we'll clear out the Shadowed Stair here, something unconquerable. Memory does not depart merely because light is absent. The shadow here is a sentinel. To enter it unprepared is to risk dissolution. I must bear a memory like a torch in the dark. Alright, so the last thing I wanted to do, and I do need to apologize particularly to the people who like watching on YouTube, but also live. Whenever I have something like Numa, this is always a chance for me to see if I can learn a little bit more about my skills. In particular, I've been focused on, so I've got a couple of recipes which have been, I've been getting the keeper recipes. So I'm just going to take the opportunity here. I'm going to try and be a little more efficient than last time. But in the case, I'm actually going to just jot down a couple of notes so that I can keep this all ordered in my head. But I do want to see, we've got Knock, Moon, Rose, and Winter we can work with. And this is a chance for me to just kind of study what their different aspects do, assuming that we don't already have their recipes. So let's start with Knock. And I'm actually trying to remember what kind of a Knock workspace I have. I know the Meniscate. Nope, that's the Madrigal. Well, St. Januarius works. Okay, let's start with that. But it would be nice if I had something with Lantern as well. So maybe the Shrine to the Chancel? No, that doesn't work. That doesn't give me Rose. Ambrose's desk would allow me Knock and Lantern, though. So I'm actually a little more constrained than I normally would be because I've already used up my Elements of the Soul. But again, we'll do our best with what we've got here. And I don't have a knock tool, so I suppose the only other thing I could do... oh, this has knock. And do I have a knock ink, I guess? Although I guess we've already found the item here, so... Yeah, so that's glass finger toxin. We already knew about that. We're at 12. Okay, this is actually worth doing a bit of an investigation for. That doesn't let me add knock. This does, but this doesn't let me add lantern. Although we can add the heart. Okay. Okay, well let's work with what we can. And I am going to go back to Ambrose's desk just because it's a little easier for me to commit the... And there's got to be a knock ink kicking around here somewhere. This game sure likes to be picky with lantern and knock aspects. That's probably just... Well, so there's some subtlety to this, DTG. There's kind of a meaning behind each of the different crafting stations. So it's actually, like, to me, I think this is a very, very smart way of doing it. Although it does, like... It's the difference between... like me as a player saying, I want to do X, why can't you just let me do X? And then just sort of sitting down and appreciating what it does. So sometimes the game will put in these really hard requirements of saying like, you know, thou shalt have, and then, you know, there's some kind of, you know, you have to use it in an instrument, let's say. But that doesn't happen as often as you would think. And what often happens instead is certain workstations have certain requirements. And it just so happens that the alignment of the different aspects wind up making... like they have like their own sort of internal logic to them, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So... like one example I'll give you would be the workstation up above. Like this one can accept wood. And it makes sense, right? Like this is very clearly like a crafting station of some kind. It, you know, like if you want to do woodworking, if you have something that requires wood, you can make something at it. That's a really great place to do that sort of work. There we go. Oh. When the librarian of Hush House determines their answer to one of the great mysteries, the hours themselves may pay attention. Making a determination is the first step towards writing your own history. It will require no less than 20 of a power aspect. This means a suitably potent soul, memory, and skill, as well as a carefully chosen ink. All right, we're not messing with that yet. We are messing with forces beyond our comprehension right now. We're just going to leave that be. But yeah, so again, there you'll have some situations where you just say, okay, I need to work with wood, and I can only put wood in this one place here, and the game's kind of forcing you to make a particular to go down a particular path here. But what can sometimes happen is that you want to make a particular substance, and it just so happens that, the dispensary or the alchemist table doesn't wind up having the aspect that you needed. And it winds up being that there are sort of these thematically appropriate items that you want to craft, but you can only craft them at special places. And that would be true as well, I'm assuming, of some of the altars. We haven't done a lot with the altars yet. But in this case here, the pickiness can be like a frustration when you want to do things, but when it comes down to like what feels right, it actually works really well, in my opinion. It's one of the, I think, maybe the lesser, I can't say lesser appreciated, but let's say less talked about elements of the game, and it's one I quite like. But anyways, I did say I was going to try and get some information about Nox, so I've got my spreadsheet in front of me here. Preliminal meter. So I can make a curious hunch, but I don't know what that is. Horns and ivories if I added an egg. So I definitely have an egg. I guess the question would be, where would I add it? Could we add that at the altar? Nope. Now, glass blowing and vessel crafting might be... yes, unfortunately, I don't have the... Oh, but my health will help with that again. Yeah, so as soon as I add an element to the soul. Okay, well, it's really clear at this point there's not as much that I can do until I wanted. Although I'd say that the determination thing seems like a scary endgame type thing. I'm just assuming, not an actual fact. Yeah, I would make a guess here that... so I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there is actually a reference to an Incastum Terminale in Cultist Simulator. It might be one of the DLC. I believe it is actually specifically associated with one of the histories. So I think you're right. So I would not be surprised. Like, so my working hypothesis is that we're in the history of the sovereigns of the where the sovereigns of the Leashed Flame sort of kind of took over the world for a while. And I'm trying to... One thing that would help me is if there is a reference to that history, and it doesn't have a reference. And it's not the same history as the one with the Acastum Terminale, because that would imply that we're the one writing this history. But again, I'm getting ahead of myself here. All right, let's go back to my work. Yeah, so amethyst ampule, glass blowing and vessel crafting with Prentice level knock creates an amethyst ampule. If we add the serpentinite... Oh, but this isn't a metal. That's a stone. Well, that's a shame. I really thought we were onto something there. Okay. So surgeries and exsanguinations would be the next one. That we're going to be short on by quite a bit, so let's take that back to Ambrose's desk. There was another thing I was curious about. Is this a crafting? No, that's just a soft blue sofa. Okay. Okay, so we'll throw some Fost at that. Was surgeries, Noombroom. Okay, so did I know that? Yes, I did. Okay, actually, I've got all of the knock. So unless I can somehow bring these up to 15, I don't need any more knock information. We are looking now at... Sorry, one more second. I did want to see something about Edict's Liminal. Yeah, so we can get that one up to an 11. Oh, right, but this is where it starts saying you're meddling with the primal forces of nature, Mr. Beale. But I believe... There's got to be a way... Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Let's find some Glassfinger Toxin to throw at this one, because I have a feeling we're going to be able to make something cool. Oh, Jesus. Is there any knock plants? Oh, here's the Glassfinger Toxin. Aha! Induce a change in the toxin to make it more knock potent but safer. Edict's Liminal with keeper level knock plus Glassfinger Toxin creates Sacrament Asiate. So I believe that was the ink that I had before. So this is, again, it's a little... this is a good example in terms of why it could be a little tedious for people when I do this stuff. But, like, this is the opportunity for me to learn. There's very few times that I've got 5 aspect across Knock, Moon, Rose, and Winter. And some of the crafting that I've done between Numa periods actually makes the difference. So, Beeferly says, you finished your daily BOH stream, so you finally managed to get unstuck. How many pets do you have now? Good question. I've got the cat, the dog, the magical thing, the parrot. We don't have the living relic, which I'm very sorry to say. I haven't really been using them, though. Okay, so let me just... that was Edict's Liminal. Okay. Yeah, a lot of people have been referring to the snake, and I've not yet had the pleasure. It sounds like a very exciting one to find. You tried to use the dog, but is it because the dog became hungry? Because that normally happens when an animal becomes hungry. Numa is the only season to give you 5 power with these. At least in terms of the weather, I wouldn't be able to say with certainty if there are other seasons. The most powerful season we've seen has been the storm with 4 heart, 4 sky. Yeah, so hungry pets have lower aspects than pets that are content. That's why that happened. Okay, so I don't think I'm going to be able to do anything. It's clear here that it's because of the 6 in Edict's Liminal. If I had a 5 with like a primary knock, this would work, but I think it's fairly clear that we don't have that. Now I could actually try something with the matter. Yeah, actually, there's one last thing I'm going to do, and that's to see if I can find any knock in. I think that one of the Numa plants actually might have had knock, but So the Numa plants would have been here. Here we go, Aglyphotis. So we could probably go down to a 4 knock on that. Probably a dumb question, but why do those blue flower... Why do I have these blue flowers in my inventory? Just because I was out of space where I normally store them. It's such a lame answer to give, but that is the truth. Okay, Swords and Ivories. We're 1 short, drat. So if I had a Shopped, this would cover it, but okay, I think it's fair to say that we're good for knock, and more importantly, I also have a general idea in terms of what I can actually bring to find out the rest of them. So these final ones should be a little bit easier for me to get through. So we knock off knock. So now we look for moon. So the first thing I'm going to do here is just actually I will sort my lists. So wolf stories, do I have that? All right. So wolf stories, I don't know anything about what it gives me. So this is definitely a good one for us to investigate. I do need to make sure that it's okay, actually we can do that with scales. So wolf stories. So on its own that creates a midnight mark. So the next question here would be, is there something that I can throw at this to make it a 10? And realistically here we're looking for an ink. Oh, this will be interesting with the scale. Yeah, it didn't take it. All right. Catwink, I think, gives us more moon. But only 9. Nuts. Just trying to think of other places where I might be able to employ moon. The harp would give us moon, but I don't think we can do a lot with this harp. I know they want lots of memories. Oh, but there's a couple of interesting things we can do with this. Unfortunately, I don't have a relevant element of the soul. Man, we are really constrained. Okay, well that's fine. I'll take the small win there. So let's try Noombroom. Oh, I can't get enough scale. Okay, yeah, that doesn't work. So when it asks for papers, does that mean you can risk a moon book? So if you put a moon book in, I believe it would just give you an opportunity to get the memory again. But you can put like blank pages in. Yeah, there's a few different things that you can do. The game, essentially, as long as you follow the rules, it will usually reward you with something. The question is whether or not it's the thing that you wanted. I don't think I'm going to be able to do that much with the moon here, to be honest, because it has to be a combination of like moon. I'm basically looking for like lantern moon doubles, which, as you might imagine, are not in ready supply. However, there are a couple crafting stations that I haven't looked at too carefully. So we've got it was over here. There's something that might be able to happen. Then again, this is a desk, isn't it? Oh, no. Alright, actually there's a few interesting things that can happen here now. There's potential here. Okay, so let me add the scale. Nuts! I was so close. I mean, I can use my Fascinated Faust to generate another memory. Surely one of my remains should... Yeah, Essential Peroist. Alright, Bisclavers now. So there's songs that you can make. We may wind up making one of those in Numa, as a matter of fact, but... Okay, yeah, so, I mean, the hope that I would have had here would have been the scholar level recipe, but because Wolf Stories is so low... there's not a lot that we can hope for from that, but we did get the like the basic outcomes, so that's still something we learned. Now, I suppose the next question would be... We'll go back to the desk for this. So realistically, if I'm looking for... Oh, Pearl and Tide. Do I have that? Okay, Salt Sign. So yeah, like in this case here, it's kind of a waste of time for me to try and figure out what the scholar level recipe is, but Pearl and Tide was one we didn't know the basic for. So Sharps and Sickle and Eclipse. Those are a little bit better, I think. No, not really for Sharps. So this is a similar story, right? We can make a Midnight Mark. I think we already know that. Yeah. but for Tridisma herrera, if we add an egg, it'll hatch into something silvery and mischievous. And for some reason this is not... Oh, right, because this is primary moon, so we already checked that. But inks of containment, surely we don't know this yet. Ah, if I use it with a beverage. So apparently that's the same for putrefactions and calcinations as well. To the point that I'm almost wondering... Yeah, I don't know. I'm wondering if maybe I if I miscategorize something, but... I think it's fair to say we're actually coming up short. Nope. Sea stories. Okay, yeah, we already knew that. Although I do know the traits for Asmiel now, so sorry, I'm going to take a second and record those. Okay, I think we'll say that's it for Moon. I mean, there might be other things that I can do with Moon, but I do want to kind of make some progress. Actually, transformations and liberations I don't have an answer for. I may also not have transformations and liberations, so... Okay. Also, that is moth. All right. Yeah, so let's say Moon's taken care of. So Rose and Winter. And I think we already learned something about Rose. Yeah, there's definitely duplicates in terms of the same item. So like in this spreadsheet here, what happens is, let's take Catwink as an example. So I know that Catwink has 2 moon, 2 scale, and that it's an ink. Now I could find that out just because it's already, I already have one of them in Hush House. But on top of that, because I have, because maybe I took the time to make one, I sort of know what its, I know what its traits are. So the reason that kind of matters here is that as long as I make one, I sort of know what its properties are and I can make an informed decision later. So a good example of this would be, actually Asmiel was an example of that. So we unlocked that by unlocking a room, or something like the Glassfinger Toxin. That would be something where I say, I know I can make it, but I don't necessarily know what its properties are. And as I start moving out to sort of like Scholar and Keeper level recipes, I actually only have 2 Keeper level recipes accounted for at the moment. But basically what I do is as I kind of keep moving on, I start putting things like saying, add a beverage or add an egg. And then once I know, like once I get the ability to add an egg to something, then I was like, okay, so next up, we're going to add this. So like what I should have done before I committed all of my elements of the soul to leveling up sights and sensations, which doesn't, I mean, it has a winter aspect, but other than that, it's not actually relevant to the Noombroom. What I could have done was I could have combined it with the elements of the soul to learn a bit more about what these skills will do. Hello, Sjaba. So what I'm kind of doing right now is I'm finding anything that I can combine with Lantern or Heart just to be able to see what's available, and I'm slowly starting to fill in this this spreadsheet because of the duplicate, because of the duplication, basically, I can say, oh, okay, I know how to make a glass finger toxin. So in that case, I get that much more information by analyzing this stuff in Numa, and it beats trying to do it by trial and error later on. So the time that I spend here is the time that I save later on in the playthrough. And I mean, Numa only comes once every 9 plus some epsilon months. So I feel like it's time well spent just because it lets me make plans. For instance, I know next Numa, I'm gonna do this whole exercise before I commit the elements of the soul. Oh, it's huge. But I mean, I like spreadsheets, so I also happen to know the developer has a background in databases. So if you look at Cultist Simulator or Book of Hours, like and you know a thing or two about databases, like you can absolutely see how you would do joins for all of the things to make them work. It's kind of fun. All right, where was I? I think we said we were done with. We're on to Rose now. Okay, so Pearl and Tide, I don't know anything about, but I seem to recall. Okay, Salt Sign. Yeah, hang on. I'm going to guess that the Pearl and Tide is the rose, not the moon one. So perhaps... Well, you know what? I'm also going to guess adding the lunar globe doesn't fix anything because it's also a... Yeah. Nuts. All right, well, that's life. Sand Stories and Inks of Power. I don't think we have Inks of Power yet. And Path and Pilgrim. Right, well, it would be nice if I picked something that had Rose to begin with. Ah, but it's got to be Rose and Rose and Lantern or Rose and Scale. I'm going to take Pearl and Tide again just to see if that changes anything. Yeah. So yeah, realistically, if I say, okay, Path and Pilgrim for, completeness, will throw the lunar globe on. Oh, actually, we're really close. So to answer the previous question, what happens if you add a book? I'll just add Deoris here. So in this case, it just makes me try to read the book again. All right. I don't think I have Rose papers, so I don't think it's worth messing around with that too much. So yeah, Pearl and Tide, Sand Stories, Inks of Power. Okay, Sand Stories again, we got nothing. It's a little weird about Inks of Power. I would have thought that we would have had that here. I seem to remember having a lot of inks, but we only have Containment and Revelation. Perhaps something for me to remember in the future. So yeah, I suppose I'm actually getting a little bit of an education here, so I seem to be quite weak on rows without ever really realizing it. Preliminal meter. I don't really see how I'm going to get this up to the relevant rows, so I'm going to throw in the towel there. So we just have winter, and I'm actually going to take a second here, because winter is one that I've gotten very powerful. Well, it's not just about the furniture, though, right? Because if you're at a desk, like again, I can only use it at workstations that can accept lantern or heart, and if I'm doing it at a desk doesn't accept furniture. So, and this comes back to what we were talking about before, how there are very specific sets of aspects, and it's to stop absurd things from happening. Like, you know, you bring the chaise lounge at the the upright piano, and you know, all of a sudden you're making the appropriate music. Like that's that's what that's there to prevent, basically. So, quenching, actually I've got quite a few here. So what I'm really looking for here with winter are the keeper level recipes. So let's go to Solomon's, see, the tricky part here is, so you can take a pale desk, Noombroom. The real drag about this one is, so like we do Inks of Contain. Actually, this one we've already got the keeper level. So yeah, it makes a dark liquor that is a precursor to a great ink. We've already made the great ink, right? Millicant. So that one's not as interesting. So, Snow Stories. Now, presumably if I had the Nillicant, that doesn't get me anything. But if I go here, the difference at this point is that I can add Solomon's Preparation. And that changes the calculation a bit. 13. Okay, so yeah, now this is interesting, right? So I know I can make Solomon's Preparation out of this, but what is interesting here, if I combine Ragged Crossroads with Solomon's Preparation, this is the keeper recipe, right? But for some reason, adding Blue Crown or Solomon's Preparation was not sufficient to like, we don't know what the keeper recipe for this is yet. Although I do wonder if I... I think we already know about winning move. Okay, so that's Ragged Crossroads. Quenchings and quelling. Well, actually, the rest of these I already know what I need. This doesn't count as a leaf, if I recall correctly. Yeah. Although maybe. If we take putrefactions and calcinations, it's wanting a leaf here, but what I can do is I can add Solomon. Nope. No, I can't. Oh, hang on. Nope, that's exactly what I want. Okay, so now we find a leaf. Perniculate. Now I gotta find where perniculate is again. There we go. 4 edge, 4 scale. And this is why I take the time to do this sort of stuff, right? Because without the Noom broom, we wouldn't know what this produces. Now here's the next interesting question. What happens, what kind of a substance can I put in here to bring this? Yeah, I can't get this to the appropriate winter aspect, sadly. Or maybe I can. We have a few options here. So is there a strong winter in... Yeah, the essential peroist. Ah! If I had a whist, we would have had this. Interestingly enough, though, I do now know that we can make Asmael with the moon. Or Azamel. Minimum 9 months. I'm going to take a quick second here and see if the same thing happens with inks of containment. Okay, so it says if I use this with a beverage. Okay. So I think I may have written this down wrong. Quenchings and quellings with a flower. Do I have quenchings and quellings? Guess not. Okay, I'm reasonably content that I've got what I need. So the next question here is like, what is the best use for the Noom broom here? And I got to be honest with you, this is going to sound really silly, but another Solomon's preparation is kind of what the doctor ordered. Although the funny thing is, I guess... Okay, no. Yeah, I think we'll just make a Solomon's preparation out of that. And then for the earth sign, I'm just going to take a look at what scale things I can... Well, actually, it would be nectar or scale, so let's not rule out some possibilities here. So Thyrza's cordials seem like a good choice, but let's see what leaves and thorns have to say. Now, the tricky part here, I gotta find something that takes scale. All right, this'll do. So leaves and thorns. Oh, but that needs grail. Drat. God, do I have a desk that takes heart and scale? I don't think I do. Or, sorry, Grail and Scale, I meant. Oh, but that does the trick. I was not expecting that. Okay. Okay, so we can get Yugal ink out of the nectar. I don't think we have anything we can use for the Grail part, so I'm going to have to figure that out later. Pentamites and precursors we don't know anything about. I don't even know if I have that one. Oh, here we are. Okay, Bisclaversnot. And Serpents and Venoms. So the Omen has actually been the most useful out of all of these. So we're going to do the same thing for the secondary characteristics. Okay, so Hill and Hollow. That's a fairly powerful one, actually, but... And then Path and Pilgrim is the only other one we don't have the info for. Oh, God, where did you go? There we are. Lots of knots. Okay. So the last thing I want to check out is the nectar side of things, because I think we can get a little more power there. I love that sound. Constructed for Thyrza for her own murky purposes, maintained by the Suppression Bureau for its murkier ones, and available now for mine. And if I wanted, I can actually use my... Well, no, because we're making Solomon's preparation, so Numa will probably be over by then. But let's take Herbs and Infusions. Health. So we're up to 6. Yeah, so even if I add a 2 Nectar Memory, which is basically the Earth sign... well, okay, there's a couple ways that I can make this work. So I think some of these have got Nectar in them. Yeah, so if we added U blank... you know what? Let's not count that out quite yet. I'm particularly interested, yeah. Okay, so it wants a beverage here. Now, I'm gonna guess we can find a 2 nectar beverage. The Dandelion wine covers it, but... Leafy. What I'm actually interested in here is... Oh, and Regensburg Bomb. That's... that was unexpected, but welcome. Oh, but we already knew that. But yeah, I gotta somehow find a way to get this to be Thyrsus cordials. Let's try the... Actually, if I do this at a desk, this will probably fix it. Okay, coil and chasm. There we go. All right, brew a pungent miscellany of cordials. So again, I appreciate all of you who stuck around with me for that. But this is again my chance to learn a little bit about how some of these skills work. There is one last thing that I want to try, and it's a very much an outside chance that this is going to work. Actually, you know what the funny thing is? I probably could have cured the fascination. All right, that's neither here nor there. So let's God, what do I want to use as a drink here? It's got to be something quick because I don't want to spend all day working this out. I think I've got another Armagnac sticking around here some, or actually here we go. Let's make it the tryst. Quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink. This may not work out, but I wanna try it. And let's see what we unlocked. Okay, so 3 new books. The Stair Tenebris. There were shadows here in the earth long before the foundations of the house were laid. They retreated before the Romans' burrowings. They quailed before the sun hymns of the brethren. They slunk away before the blades and pistols. You know, the funny thing is, I kept talking about that heart. I actually wanted to collect something from the garden. Oh well. They quailed before the sun hymns of the brethren. They slunk away before the blades and pistols of the barons de Wolf. Over all those centuries they shrank until at last, when the curia of the isle sunk this stair, they could recruit one as a watchdog. And sorry, Be Free says, I'm using a notebook, probably should be writing more down, but at some point flipping through the pages is just as tedious as clicking in something. I'm not sure about that. I actually really like checking the notebook, and part of that, it's something that I learned from the Locksmith's Dream, which is sort of a live event that's based off of the Secret Histories. It's run by a company called Tricuspid Limited, so it's not Weather Factory, but although I do believe that Weather Factory did do some writing for it. And one of the things that I remember specifically about that is they give you a notebook for your journey through the house, and it's the house built by the wheel lock, so there are actually references to the Locksmith's Dream inside of this game. And there's definitely something, like a big one for me is that I like leafing through that book precisely because of the memories of like discovering that sort of stuff. So the thing that's nice about it is that even if you are done with the game, I think there's something to be said for sort of having an experience sort of embodied in your like notebook. And I don't know, to me there's something about being able to have those memories in the game. Because the other thing is that like there's a few different layers to the game. So like you're absolutely right. Like there's my spreadsheet that I'm making, and my spreadsheet's just going to be something that should hopefully be a quick reference. And that's why I store that digitally. But then there's going to be the stuff like, you know, there's a bunch of people kind of having the discussions. I'm hoping that I was the one to sort of turn people on to the fact that sky, moon, scale, nectar are very specifically not referred to as principles. And that may be something that other people, identified on their own. I don't want to, present myself as a thought leader in the, the Weather Factory community, but no, like it's something that I'm interested in because that is going to be something that I suspect people think about for a very long time. I suspect that that's going to be a mystery that people sort of roll around in their heads for a bit, and so. These are the sorts of things that can become helpful in terms of a notebook because By the way, I'm gonna make a guess here that I get the mist-kissed picture if I were to use my health with it. I guess I could try. No, that has to have heart. Never mind. But yeah, like those are the sorts of things that I really feel like a notebook is really helpful with, because it's that's the sort of thing that you have a more lasting reference for. So I have like Notepad for that, but I still recommend it. All right, the door is open, the fire is cold, the shapes at the tables are hunched and quiet, dressed in furs and dark feathers. Mist presses against the walls and strokes the flagstones with its fingers. A drum taps an irregular rhythm somewhere beneath the inn. Numa. Uncanny labors, the inn is crowded with Numa's heralds and pilgrims. They will be gone by morning. Until then, I could offer my services for payment. I might regret it. So this is going to be gone for a while, but that's life. And I've got my Fascinated Faust, so we can use that to catalog some books, which is exactly what we're going to do. So we already know what we're up against with the Collapsed Cellar. We've had access to that before. We've got the Riddling Stair, which is something that we could access with the Nun, as with the Wheel-Filled Spring. And the Broken Bridge is really just a question of getting Denzil to the level that we need. And I suspect we could get Mr. Kill up to 12 Winter. But again, this is all just a question in terms of when do I want to do certain things and at what times. So for now, we'll just settle for cataloging some Nocturnal Period books. And we were out of Numa. And I'd say that's a good day's work. There's a couple of things that I want to test with some of the books that I've got in my inventory. But overall, I'm happy with how this turned out. We'll have a little bit of repair to do in terms of my my Elements of the Soul, and getting Thyrsa's Cordials isn't that bad because we're already up to Nectar. Okay, Skeleton Songs. That's a piece of cake. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Nocturnal Period after the turn of the century. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are almost never contaminated. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So again, we don't have access to the Sweet Bones for quite a while. That's worth remembering. But in my opinion, it'll be worth it. The Snare of the Tree. So, did anybody get to watch the interview out of curiosity? Because we did refer to the Snare of the Tree. Does anybody know what the Snare of the Tree is? All right, there's the day is done, and so am I. And the Locksmith Stream Portions and Proportions, another fairly straightforward work for us to catalog. Haven't gotten the time yet. All right, so Snare of the Tree is actually a game design book written by Alexis Kennedy, for those of you who would like to read his opinions on game design. I was sure to get a plug-in. Okay, so there's a couple of books that I am not 100% clear on the memories for, so I'm going to use my Fascinated Faust to check those out. So I've got an entry here that says 7 Shades that's black. Now, I don't actually think I have a book called 7 Shades here. But the Amalgam of the Red Rose, I seem to think that it will provide foresight, but I don't know for sure. But then again, I don't feel like that's a book that I've got in my library, so let's just double check this here. That'd probably be one of the later ones up here. Strun, Complete Asclepian. I actually know where I can check to just like see these without doing it in game, but I've been pretty good at not not even pretty good. I've been good at not like looking stuff up in the sneaky ways that I know how. Okay, so I'm going to say that that was one that we read in another game. So I want to see what happens when I read Wrapped in the King now. I have a very specific reason for doing that. All right, I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Now, the Sweet Bones is occupied for a while, so let's think about the other things that we can do during the day with the various members. Oh, so there's one thing that I can do, and that is draw some water. So drop water, lower the bucket, creaking into the dark.
I would never want to belong to any...
Baron Likeston, thank you very much for the follow. And that's just to stop me from giving up some of the more valuable things that I've wanted. Okay, so we can bring in Reverend Timothy, but the question would be, what does Reverend Timothy give me? Alternatively, so the thing I'd really like to try is Mr. Kill. In fact, let's work this out, because we may be able to get Mr. Kill up to the 12 winter, but I do want to, like I said, I don't have my tablet with me, so a lot of those notes that I put down are not relevant anymore. So, Mr. Kill starts with 2 winter. We give him 2 from Whist. Solomon's preparation, if I'm not mistaken, is 4 winter. Yeah. And we can give him a regret. Okay, so that's 2, 4, 8, 10. So now we just need to find 2 more. Now we could try and use wood, or we could try and find some sort of winter food for him. So what's it going to be? I use the wood if I have to. Let's actually just take a quick inventory. So that's not going to do the trick. That's close, but not where it needs to be. So let's maybe take a quick look in the kitchen and see if we can find something else here. I'm thinking there's not going to be a whole lot of winter food, but I don't want to suddenly discover... Yeah, Eigengrau is not what I'm looking for. The thing I don't want to suddenly discover is that I had an opportunity to get 12 winter, and I lost it because I looked in the wrong place. The alternative would be a winter... the alternative would have been a winter tool, but we don't have a winter tool, so... You have to go for a while. Thank you for the stream. Have fun. You might return before you end. Thank you very much, DigiInferno. Pleasure to have you as always. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to face the sad truth that I am 1 short of where I need to be with Mr. Kill. And I suspect that is by design. So unless I find... Well, hang on. Yeah, so I think it's just the... Well, okay, so there's one other thing that I could say, which is we, like, roll the dice with Mr. Kill. We say, you know, we're probably not going to make this work, but Then again, there are other things that I can be doing with the time. Okay. Sorry, I need a minute to think about how I'm organizing the day. Because 4 minutes is a long time to wait. Okay, let's say we're not going to try and open up another room tonight because I do think this is a while to wait. So, what do we do with my elements of the soul instead? We can craft, which I actually think that makes a lot of sense. We can definitely read some books here. In fact, we can read the books that we've been holding back on. So if I recall correctly, I think I was holding back on A Shape in Smoke. Okay, so I've got 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we're close. We're not quite there, but I think I'm willing to give this a shot. Yeah, you know what? We're feeling bold today, so let's maybe make sure that's Ambrose's desk before I go too nuts. Okay, so shopped. Just going to double check that. So we've got Bells and Braziers, which is a 4. Discipline. Actually, Disciplines of the Hammer. Yeah, you know what? We don't even need the memory, but let's see. That's a big gap. Okay, yeah. So the memory makes this trivial. Let's not get too clever. I'll just wait for my my FOSS to bring this back. I mean, I can actually make that argument for just about everything. Not Torg's cleansing. Oh wait, but if I add a, I think if I add the mirror scope, I get the Eigengrau. Yeah, let's go. I feel so dumb doing some of this stuff. So shopped, we're saving, and then the whist. I guess it's another Solomon's preparation because we've got so many of these flowers. Okay, so I want to see what we get out of Wrapped in the King. We'll take care of whatever the guest wants. I'm going to need to restore some of my elements of the soul in a little bit. And then... So with one of the tainted elements of the soul... well, okay, what I'll be doing is basically for the trivial books like Locksmith's Dream, the skeleton songs and that, I'll probably just use the tainted elements of the soul to read those before I cure them. And then for the rest, you know, we'll spend a little bit. So again, the reason why I did Thyrsa's Cordials, we've got 2 nectar here. We combine that with herbs and infusions, and we've already finished the job, basically. Hey, Dr. Adim. Alright, is there someone en route to Hush House? So, reminder, we're on the Affair of the Second Skin. Immortals change more slowly than most of us, but even immortals change sometimes. In the city of Marrakesh, the Labite Abykassis has begun a dramatic and dangerous metamorphosis, one that's alarming friends and enemies alike. Visitors with an interest in edge and scale mysteries will want to talk about this. Dr. Ibn al-Adim, the Alapine, historian, doctor, and above all, traveler. The good doctor has been associated with all but one of the libraries of the Watchman's Tree. He was even secretary nunciate of Hush House for a little while, but he has never been on good terms with the Suppression Bureau. So we will have a conversation with him right away. Peace be with you, I ask entry to the house. The Labite Abykassis of Marrakesh has begun to, let us be tactful here, to behave without decorum. I wish to understand why. So in this case, he's got a slightly higher scale than before, and I suspect he will not accept the same book that we gave him. So Labites may consume only what is found in the sky. Abykassis seems to have altered his diet. It is important to understand how. Okay, we haven't given this to Dr. Adim first, so... Echidna, the Legion, she who suckles serpents. Yes, I am aware that serpents do not generally suckle. I believe now that Abecassis has chosen to drink of what she provides. I do not know if there is anything to be done about that, but thank you, librarian. Oh. All right, so we do have a reliable way of producing earth signs. Good. So some people on YouTube were asking, how do you know if something is unique or not? So in this case, if you take a look at Earth sign, you can sort of see this like blue gradient on it. That's an indication that it's unique. And you can contrast that with clouds. And in this case, this has just got a solid white on it. So now, realistically, there's only going to be one cloud at one time, but that's just because of the way the game is structured. There's no rule saying that in the game, if you were to so if I were to use the magic tools that they gave broadcasters, I would theoretically be able to make multiple clouds. I actually kind of want to try, but that would not be, why potentially mess up a save, right? So this is kind of an interesting thing. So in the case of Wrapped in the King, so in addition to the fact that omens are useful in a few different cases, apparently, excuse me, I could read this book and keep regenerating them. Okay, so I need a foresight. This is where I'm going to consult my trusty sheet. Bancroft's Diaries. Already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. And that's going to be for use with the shaft. It does feel a little dumb that I used so much of the day on crafting, but I suppose I'm going to try and do something ambitious with winter in a little bit. So we'll put the eigengram here, drawing up the water. And I think maybe my new rule is going to be I want to have a pot of each type of tea prepared. So I think at some point I'm going to have to brew a pot of the Cateran Hero. All right, and he left me a bronze Spintria. And there's the foresight. All right, so we'll go to Ambrose's desk. We will grab a shape and smoke. Oops. So, Ambrose Westcott's exposition on tobacco blending and the oracles of the pipe. We combine that with disciplines of the hammer. Forge the kindled flame. I can master this mystery. Enough forge to match mystery forge. Next up, we can take care of the skeleton songs or the locksmith's dream. I believe here I can directly add the sights and sensations. So harmony, I can master this mystery, enough sky to match mystery sky. And as it happens, I suspect this will have edge aspect when the time comes, which means that I'm going to be able to use this with Ava's desk while still combining it with the Grail. I don't hold out much hope as far as the nectar stuff is concerned, but we're making progress. The earth sign is particularly useful because it's 2 nectar, so normally we have to wait for the weather for 2 nectar, but being able to generate an earth sign allows me to get to a 2 nectar memory. In the tracks of beasts and the convulsions of his own carapace, the egg vein and shell shadow, the many-sided one found the signs which can be history. An earth sign is an auspice traced on the cloaked shape of the earth, perceptible to the sensitive, interpreted only by the wise. All right, The Locksmith's Dream, Portions and Proportions. The second volume of Teresa Galmier's examination of parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. The frontispiece has been slashed with a razor. In this volume, Galmier records fewer dreams and explicates more on her own elaborate theories. We see this again and again. What is below can't escape what is above. While we're waiting on that, let's read what happened with the affair of the second skin and the matter of the softer frost. So in Numa, visitors will be concerned with how and when things end. With Rowena, when I came here the first time, I was so angry that I had been cast aside after I opened the way. That was the least of it. We may be done with more close. That I had opened the way. That was the worst of it. That was the least of it. That I had opened the way, that was the worst of it, though once I thought it was the other way around. And Cosley, endings like the pale light before a pale dawn. We can always be certain of a first time, we can never be certain of when it is the last. And the affair of the second skin. So we'll do this in the reverse order. So Lieutenant Moore resolved to take Abecassis to the custody of the Labyrinth of Lions. Lala Camia, set out to end Abecassis' misery, although her ultimate intention remained uncertain even to her. Azida, an edge-along Azida's eternal enemy twin. Merad planned to give Abecassis' death with honor. With regret, Azida set out to prevent this. Fraser Strathcoyne hoped but did not expect to shield Abecassis from his hunters, and the Alapine came to believe that Abecassis had accepted gifts of sustenance from she who suckles serpents. Alright, afterwards I don't remember what work I performed except incense and sensations, leaf mold, a rhythmic musical clicking like melodious castanets, soft blue flame like antique gaslight, and cold. I remember where I went, it was cold. I placed too heavy strain on my soul, your tryst now has a malady. Despairing melancholy is the mist that prowls on the soul's water, despair is the wolf that prowls at the water's edge. But we got a silver spintria for it. So, let's put this to work before I recover it. So, the Skeleton Songs, poems of greedy delight composed by the possibly pseudonymous Orbella Dusk, rumored heiress turned madam turned poetess. Birth, I can master this mystery enough grail to match the mystery grail. So, again, we'll have a little bit of repair work to do for our elements of the soul, but remember we got through Numa without losing any lessons learned, and we also learned new things about our skills, and we were also able to turn some of the remaining items into things like Thyrsa's cordials, which will make it easier for us to recover. The finest artisans all dream of the white door in the end. I'm no artisan, only a scholar. I think there's a secret that all these artisans know, but I think that secret is only half the story. So we got a confounding parable from that. And Lockworks and Clockworks, I don't believe we have that one yet. So we are reading Portions and Proportions. I'm up to 118 entries in my sheet for okay, I'm gonna mess around with this a little bit. Obviously, we're going to have to move this one out of the way, but... All right, Shape and Smoke, Ambrose Westcott's exposition on tobacco blending and the oracles of the pipe. The text is spotted with spark holes throughout. Westcott observes, gnomically, that a pipe might be said to manifest the red flower of the watchman's tree, for when lies are burnt, wisdom arises, and vice versa. So we have heard reference to the red flower before. We've got pyroglyphics and revelation. Apparently, we've already recorded a Shape and Smoke. Cool. So I think because Pyroglyphics takes Lantern, we'll be able to level that up right away. Or I would if I had one more understanding, which was Lantern or Forge. But that's an easy one. We just go to Bancroft's Diaries for that. Second time we're consulting that noble tome. And what else? Skeleton Songs is on its way, but... So if I wanted, I could try and, you know, restore an element of the soul, but in this case here, it's pretty clear the day is almost done, so we won't mess around with this. I think we'll just, we'll make something of the day. I may want to think a bit about how I'm going to be restoring my elements of the soul. So I've got an earth sign and I've got Thyrsa's cordials, so I just need one more nectar. Probably that's going to be the health. Yeah, actually, I think I'll probably restore the Faust first. That's probably the most straightforward for me. In fact, there is an argument for me to use my health. Yeah. Nah, we'll be fine. Okay. So I want to slide this in just before the day crosses over and I lose all these memories. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. So, I don't think we need to worry about the confounding parable for Lockworks and Clockworks. And in Arbella's introduction, she explains that the book was to be illustrated, but that the Suppression Bureau would not permit it. She hints at the illustrations exist somewhere. The book is dedicated to Sir Parsifal of the Red Cup. So for tomorrow, if I can, more ambitious Grail text, although I don't think I quite have what it takes. Let's move you down here. We're eventually going to have this at level 4, so... Alright, memories fade, assistants depart, but the soul is refreshed. Actually, we can probably just start with Lockworks and Clockworks now. Use this lesson to acquire a new skill. And the 26 delightful fruits, the 7 chastisements, the 9 gardens, the 4 regrets, a beguiling melody, and resurgences and emergences, which I'm 99% sure, yes, we do have. I don't know if I have this recorded in my list, though. Apparently not, but it's added now. Okay, so this is going to take a little bit of thinking because both of these are going to wind up being level 4 skills, but it is going to... Again, there's just a bit of, like, to level this up, I'm going to need I'm going to need some memories to work with. So maybe we do resurgences and emergences first. What I'm not going to do right now, I'm actually going to take my Faust and my Trist, and I'm going to get them to generate what I need at the start. And that's for both of them. I figure it's easy. Actually, yeah, it will be for both of them, but I'm going to focus on one than the other. So let's start with resurgences and emergences. So that's a Moth and Grail. Traveling at Night Volume 1 will give me an impulse. So we've got a Beguiling Melody. I guess I just need a Satisfaction so we can get that from Fekri's Herbery. And that'll be Resurgences and Emergences taken care of. Then we can turn our attention to Pyroglyphics. And then on top of that, we'll actually be able to see what we're up to today. Okay, so Lantern, it's worth remembering just what I'm up against here. So I don't think we're going to be able to get a 10 Sky. Mr. Kill does have Sky, but the question is, like, where does the rest of the Sky come from? Yeah, I really got to think about how I'm going to use Mr. Kill, actually, because I feel like there are other opportunities. But let's say we know we're not going to use... Well, do we know we're not going to use Reverend Timothy? First of all, this will probably just go into Pyroglyphics. Okay, yes. So, knowing what I know now, let's go to the Sweet Bones, and we'll see if we can get a super follower. What visitors might be passing through. Find out what unusual passerby might be looking for employment. The easiest one would be to talk to Denzel with the broken bridge. Now, because I'm using the Shapt, it's less appealing. But we'll see. Lockworks and Clockworks. I didn't need to move them both. I just needed to move the one. Okay, we're still waiting on inputs. Starting to run out of room. The funny thing is, every time I do a review and I start saying, it's like, okay, maybe now I need to start thinking about committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms, I always find another loophole, so I don't need to read the remaining text. We'll see whether or not I've hit my limits this time around, but I clearly have a lot of stuff to do, right? I'm going to be able to take care of my 2 elements of the soul that are currently tainted. Oh, I didn't think that through. I don't have any Grail or Moth. Ah, crap. This is a complete waste of time because I don't have the Grail or the Moth. I got to get my Trist back before I can use the Moth. And that sucks because I was actually planning on restoring the all right. I don't think I'm going to be able to get this Trist back in time, but let's give it a shot. It's going to be tight with the Motley Bed, though. So it's not just enough for me to find sky, but I need to find sky that's going to be compatible with the motley bed. Ah, boy. Stitching and binding, I love you. So let's pour ourselves a glass of water. Cure a malady, you've supplied enough sky. So that's 3 minutes, and then I'm going to need to actually restore it, which would happen in the sweet bones. What's the maximum level of a soul fragment? You mean an element of the soul? I don't know, because I haven't upgraded them yet. How long do you usually hang on to lessons before converting them into skills? I pretty much instantly turn them into skills. Personally. I can be a little looser about it because we're in our first season since Numa. But, I don't know, like, I personally don't see a reason to hold back on skills. Like, skills are the way that I'm able to read more books and better books. It's how I can craft things to allow people to go, through the to go deeper into the different regions. So I personally am not really. I wouldn't personally see the benefit of not using skills. All right, so we've got a passing musician, which is a sky, rose, and nectar fella. So nectar here. Actually, there's sky possibilities now, so let's think about this. So 4 sky, 5 with the... Okay. Four sky, 1 with the tool. So that's a total of 5. 1 with Faust. That's 6. So where does the other 6 come from? So we could use a storm memory. That's 8, so now I need to find 4 more. I don't think I've got food and drink. But you better believe this is the sort of thing I'm willing to take the time to hunt for. So Solomon's preparation doesn't work for any of that. The Lapsang Souchong is more of a forge than a sky. Oh yeah, actually I remember. Sky was one that I was looking for forever and I could never find. Is there something in my recipes that I'm not... Weird. Okay. Yeah, so I think on the food front, we're coming up short. I'm thinking there would be some kind of an equivalent to like a Solomon's preparation. But darned if I know what it is. Now, this doesn't mean that the musician's useless. It just means we're not able to use it for the main thing we were interested in. So, just There's a recollection, sky, rose, and nectar. There's definitely nectar. So 11 nectar or 10. So we know we can get, so we can automatically get them up to 6. 8 with drinks. Okay, so sorry. 4 on their own, 6 with memories, 8 with a drink. You'd probably give them some kind of a food, but I'd be a little more reluctant to do that. I think the honey probably... No, that's only 1 nectar. Oh, the elderflower cordy. Nope, but that's a drink, so that's not... Okay, the pear is 1. Yeah, so I could use the health. Yeah, so I think it would probably be... Okay, so musician. Okay, musician 4. Oh, hang on. Okay, so let's say musician 4. I got to write this down. So memory 2. So we can get 1 from a tool. So that's 7. So 2 from a drink is 9. Yeah. So this is one that I will pay up for. All right. If I meet their price, I can hire them for a day. What you wanted to ask was, what is the maximum maximum level of skills with 1 health? So if you're talking about the number of skills, I'm not 100% sure on that actually, because like normally what I do, like, so I think what I'm struggling with here is when you talk about skills, like when I look at this, there's heart aspect, which might be what you're referring to. But heart is different from health. Health is a very specific element of the soul. Maybe what you're asking here, and I apologize just because the difficulty here is that this game has so many precise terms for things. So I think what you might be asking here is if you commit something to the Tree of Wisdoms and you get a health, is this the idea here that you want to know how many of these skills are committed? In that case, I actually don't have a good answer for you. I don't think I've ever gone higher than the third entry in the Tree of Wisdoms. That's not entirely true. I've committed a glass blowing and vessel crafting. The number in the upper left corner. Okay, so you mean like what's the highest level that I can get? In this case, I would imagine probably a 9, because that's where the Tree of Wisdoms. That's where the highest level in the Tree of Wisdoms would be. But again, I'm not sure because I don't know how it's possible to get 9 memories that would be relevant. So it's not really challenge. I mean, it's become a challenge run like this. But there's one. I have been using tools, yes. So I haven't been using tools. I've been using tools for these other ones just because I haven't really needed them, but I do frequently use tools to read because they're just, they're helpful. But in the case of, like, the best example I would give would be a shape in smoke. I just needed to use the memory for that one. So in the case of the shape in smoke, because I had 1 shaft and disciplines of the hammer, that brought me up to 6. So the mortar and pestle would only bring me 7 for that 8 forge challenge. So in this case, I was 1 short. In that case, the memory was sufficient to bring me up to 8, and at that point, I didn't need to use the tools. So I use tools where they're necessary, but I don't add tools when they're not when they're not required. But yeah, so Thornoi, I've probably only gotten up to like the 3rd level in a branch on the Tree of Wisdoms. but my guess here would be probably 8 or 9 would be the maximum level. But someone who has played this game a little more deep. The thing is, I do have a lot of time in this game, but I have a lot of time from the beta, and the beta would usually start you back at the very start when there was a major update, so I haven't done it. And to answer the question in terms of my challenge running, not specifically, there's one thing I don't want to... So one tricky thing here is I'd actually really like people to see this on their own, but I'm going to draw one thing to your attention. So what I'll do here, let's take Lockworks and Clockworks as an example, because that's Ithistry and Skolakosophy. So if we take Skolakosophy, we say, what do I get here? Okay, well this will give me an extra shaft. I can see why an extra shaft would be nice. So in this case of locks, the locksmith's first duty, a key for every lock and a lock for every key. If a key were an hour, what lock would it open? Skolakosophy might hold the answer. Our alternative would be Ithistry of clocks. The clocksmith's first duty, when the time comes, the device should speak its purpose. Since the sun was sundered, noon is not as it was. Perhaps if we found the true hour of noon, we'd know how the sun might return. Ithistry might give us the answer. That answer. So again, what we do now is we say, let's read that again, but even more slowly. The clocksmith's first duty, when the time comes, the device should speak its purpose. Since the sun was sundered, noon is not as it was. Perhaps if we found the true hour of noon, we'd know how the sun might return. Ithistry might give us the answer. The sun is something of a big deal in this game, and when we refer to the return of the sun, we might want to take notice. Skolakosophy, the locksmith's first duty, a key for every lock and a lock for every key. If a key were an hour, what lock would it open? Skolakosophy might hold the answer. These are two different outcomes, and this is true. This may not have been the best example. I seem to remember there was one. Maybe it was resurgences and emergences. Yes, okay, we'll use this one. Sorry, I said I didn't want to go into too much detail on this, but the gods from stone made a law that the keys of dream cannot be held or owned. Grail and Moth. The gods from stone made a law that the keys of dream cannot be held or owned. The time of stone is past, but the keys remain, so the holders of these keys can only be the 7 Legions, whose crime has set them outside the law. But the Legions serve an hour of Grail and Moth, and the last remnants of the gods from stone were consumed. The law will be consumed with them. Bosk is the wisdom of change. Moth and Grail. The gods from stone made a law that the keys of dream cannot be held or owned. The time of stone is past, but the keys remain. So the holders of these keys can only be the 7 Legions, whose crime has set them outside the law. When the Legions serve an hour of Moth and Grail, when the last remnants of the gods from stone are renewed, the law will be renewed with them. Preservation is the wisdom of renewal. Again, two contradictory results. They're very similar, and you can absolutely see why someone would not necessarily pay too much attention out of this. But there's some fairly significant implications in terms of the overall lore for the game. And if you don't know what these things are, that's fine. This game isn't intended to have like Cultist Simulator as homework. But I have actually gotten to some points where I read the Tree of Wisdoms, and I'm like, I'm not really comfortable with what's being talked about here. And so it originally kind of came down to, I was like, okay, well, I want to see how far I can move these before I start committing something to the Tree of Wisdoms. And then I was sort of like, man, I'm getting really far in Hush House without committing anything to the Tree of Wisdoms. I want to see how far we can go with this. And now when I'm realizing that there are actually some fairly significant implications in terms of what you're committing to the Tree of Wisdoms, now I feel that there's this great significance in committing something. And so it's a little column A. Like I do want to see how far I can go down this path of like playing around with a very small number of elements of the soul. But the one thing that I don't notice being discussed that much is that there are very different histories being described in terms of what you commit to the Tree of Wisdoms. And so it's also one of the ones where I sort of feel a degree of responsibility in terms of how I'm handling it. Where were we? Why do you think you can't pass level 9? You can use more than one lesson. Well, I'm aware that you can use more than one lesson, but like, so number one, it's just a question in terms of what you commit to the tree of wisdoms. And while you can use more than one lesson, whether or not those lessons exist, and more importantly, whether or not there are enough memories to catch up, is another question. So like, I suppose for a leveling up to 9, like, could you imagine four of each side? So like 4 lantern, 4 forge. I mean, probably, especially once you start getting into the crafting. But like, that's a fairly tall order. And once you start getting, like, I think it would be fair to say that there is an upper bound just by the number of unique memories that exist inside the game. Like, with the exception of Edge, where contradictions can exist more than once. I can't actually think of that. Marco Sono, thank you very much for the follow. I can't really think of that many situations where you'd be able to generate like an infinite number of memories. Because, like, again, if I were to generate a second beguiling melody right now, it would replace this existing one. So, whether or not it's 9, there is definitely a cap for everything but Edge, just by virtue of the fact that you can only have one of each memory type. I'm convincing you to restart your playthrough, especially. No, but see, yeah, this is the thing. Like, I am spreadsheeting a book catalog as well, but the thing about this is that, like, think about how you apply knowledge in your own life, right? Like, a lot of us go to university because that's the thing you do out of school. I was kind of lucky in the sense that I went working before I went to university. So I would have been an absolute punk at university, I'm convinced. Whereas, after working for a little bit, I had a really clear idea about, like, how to apply myself. I knew a little bit more about what I was interested in. It's weird being a few years older than, like, the people in your class, but you get over that. Like, if you haven't learned to get over social awkwardness, in your first year, a couple of years out of your parents' place, you're not setting yourself up for success. Also, for some reason, weaving and not working is in the wrong spot. All right, but like. I have a lot of stuff. Like, I wanted to go to school for philosophy originally, and then, I got into econ, and then that's kind of where my career went out. But I mean, so many people go to school and they build a certain amount of knowledge in something that maybe they don't even necessarily, they don't even know why they're studying it. And that's fine. There's a lot of times where that winds up giving you some helpful knowledge anyway. Like the way that I actually really like the way that Book of Hours models the acquisition and sort of development of knowledge and the recording of knowledge. It's usually not this, like, constant banging away at this one topic, forever. And that's how you learn something. Usually you kind of take a few different things from books and other places, and maybe seemingly unrelated fields. So, the memory impulse isn't necessarily directly related to what you would think for resurgences and emergences. Like, what's the nectar doing there? Who needs this? And yet it's the combination of all of these different, these disparate branches of knowledge. You bring those together, you apply a part of yourself, the element of the soul, and then it becomes embodied in this, this firm skill, this way of doing things that, you didn't have before. And I think there's something kind of neat about that. It's one thing I really appreciate about this game. So likewise for the Tree of Wisdoms, like, I wouldn't be surprised if people realize later on, after they've committed a few things. And then the question is, oh dear, I'm going to have to commit some kind of a history. Once you realize that, you're like, maybe I should start paying a little bit more attention. Maybe I've created an imbalance somewhere. And then what you do, your navigation of the Tree of Wisdoms, is to, work around what you've done. I really love the fact that in this game there are permanent consequences for committing certain things, because there's over 100 endings to this game. So, what you get is a very unique playthrough. I would really encourage you to sort of see where it winds up. But yeah, I mean, I kind of know this is one of the reasons why I didn't want to spend too much time talking about it, is that the last thing I would want is people to suddenly feel that their playthroughs are invalid because they're not going in with perfect knowledge, because so often the sorts of things that we do that wind up being very important to us, we don't have perfect knowledge going in, and we do the best with what we've gotten. So yeah, sorry. I know some people like to see the gameplay going, but obviously a game like this, which is about reading and knowledge and such, I do feel that there's some value in taking the time to talk about the themes and why we do certain things. I don't know about getting knowledge from different sources. I just reread a few books several times a day to craft something and comprehend something new in real life. So I would say there's a really nice book. It's actually the developer of this game recommended it to me. It's called Range. Let me, I'll find the ISBN number for you. Called Range: Why Generalists Triumph in a Specialized World by David Epstein. Let me just find that in WorldCat. I quite like that book. I don't know. It definitely spoke to me and my own sort of personal experience with knowledge. Like a lot of the econ work that I've done benefited from reading across like broader subjects. So thank you, Retro Spy Gadget. If you have any questions as an in-game tactic, well, even then, right? Like the in-game, like sure, you can always like get a foresight, but like in terms of the like. Once you start trying to get to higher and higher level knowledges, you need to bring in additional memories. There's no other way. So, yeah, I think the point still stands. Anyways, for those of you that are interested, that is the WorldCat entry. I like WorldCat just because it'll, you can find your local library in there without too much trouble. But yeah, Retro Spy Gadget, if you have any questions about the game, I will do my best to answer them. As you can see, we're pretty deep into Hush House. But the short version, I suppose, is that this is a game where you sort of inherit an ancient occult library, and you are responsible for sort of restoring its collection. There is some word that it was abandoned for 7 years after a fire, and we found no evidence of a fire yet. But we're in the process of trying to recover a few of the rooms, and I'm also cataloging, and studying the collection. These are all of the books that I've read so far. There's a few that I've read here as well. I've listed a number of these as too difficult, but we've been talking about the acquisition of knowledge, and I'm getting better at some of these things, so we may wind up doing some more. But I do want to make the traveling musician. So I'm just some irritating lying ginger kid from Cornwall who should have been locked up. I just managed to escape and blag it into music. Richard James. And for those of you who don't know the origins of that quote, that was one thing we discussed in the interview on GOG. So it'll be a mystery for those of you that didn't see it. Okay, I think I said I was going to use the memory first. So let's go with the earth sign. Well, actually, you know what? I don't even need to do that. I'll start with the mixing bowls. Cake time. I can lend my assistant something to help increasing their abilities. Try and use the non-renewables first. I should be working on pyroglyphics, and I noticed that my Faust isn't being used. So I'll do the Bancroft Diaries first for a forge for pyroglyphics, and then we'll take it from there. It's, yeah, very much so. I don't know if you've ever heard of Cultist Simulator, but it's by the same developers as that. And it's, even then, it's not the same as Cultist Simulator. The idea of representing the world in terms of cards is the kind of the main thing that that's carried over. But in this case here, this is a much more relaxed approach to what goes on in Cultist Simulator. This game, you can sort of take your time. The library is full of delicious and cozy things. So it's a little more. It's Cultist Simulator will fail you very quickly, whereas Book of Hours will will generally treat you well. You did? Okay, excellent. Yeah, so this is the follow-up to Cultist Simulator, which doesn't have the permadeath in it, and it's also a considerably bigger game. So it's actually, I don't like recommending this game in the light of Cultist Simulator, not because I think Cultist Simulator isn't good, or that I don't like referring to it, but I actually like that Book of Hours stands on its own. Okay, sorry, I'm just going to take a minute here just to double check that I want to make sure that I've got my nectar requirements. So we said 10 or 11. Oop. So I'm okay feeding him some pears. We have a few of those. I can offer my assistant something to eat. This will increase their aspects. Also, it's just friendly. Oh, interesting. Yeah, this game, I would say the relaxed nature of Book of Hours definitely, I feel like it lets you go more in depth than Cultist Simulator. In Cultist Simulator, you have to like pay the rent, and there's a lot of different things that can kill you in the game. Whereas this game, all that you're really losing is time. And so, little details, like in Cultist Simulator, the books go away when you read them, whereas in this game, they stay around and you can read and reread them. So you bought it because you want that Perpetual Edition, but you have no time to play. Well, I mean, the nice thing about the Perpetual Edition is that when you do get around to playing it, anything that they've added to the game, you'll be able to enjoy. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I do need to do something with the Faust, Whist, and Shapt at some point, but let's see how the day shapes up. We still have plenty of time. It is just midday before the Great Division. This was the 6th hour, when the priests led hymns to the sun and splendor. Now noon, as they say, is not as it was. Perhaps the new king will change that. I may need to refill my tea at some point. Okay. Sustenance has boosted their aspects appropriately. So I could give him a drink. So let's just see here. We haven't given an element of soul. We have given a memory. We have given a tool. We have not given a beverage, but we have given sustenance. So I suppose the question comes down to, do I want to try and shoot for 11? In which case I would need to find 2 nectar drink, which we do have. Oh yeah, actually that's a piece of cake for me to sort out, because if I give him I won't give him the scrumpy, but there's his cordials would be an example of this, and then we can throw the health at him as a last step, and then we can clear out the collapsed cellar. I actually like that idea a lot, so yes, I am going to feed him. Actually, you know what? We'll use up the last of the dandelion wine because we've got a replacement for it. Serve appropriately. Pour out. Out of curiosity, does anybody know where this quote is from? I can offer my assistant something to drink. We'll take the dandelion wine from... Looks like we're on to the cellar now. Now we've got a minute 14, so we're really pushing the edge here in terms of resurgences and emergences. I suspect we may not be able to make it work. But I just need one more lantern or one more forge. I think regret will actually cover that. Yeah. So my dear friend Keon at Abydos. Alright, I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. I should actually say this, so obviously I'm not doing the Steam stream, but that doesn't, like, I like this game, that's why I did the Steam stream. For those of you on the fence about this game, if this seems like your sort of thing, I will just let you know we are still in the first week of release, so there is a Perpetual Edition on sale now, so if you buy the game in its first week of release, in addition to the 10% launch discount, you will get what's known as the Perpetual Edition, which basically gives you all of the future expansions for the game, kind of in perpetuity. What that won't cover is the soundtrack. The soundtrack is made by Mickey Mar Productions, Canadians no less, so every single one of you should buy it, but I don't know about figuring out achievements, because I haven't looked at the achievements. I haven't been trying to do them. But no, I have not gotten follow Solomon's footsteps unless unless it's incidental. I haven't really looked at the achievements that I've gotten. Anyways, but yeah, so so for those of you who are making a purchase decision off of this stream. So first of all, I've been given a key from, Weather Factory, so there's your interest there. I've also been paid for that Steam stream. But for those of you that do want to pick this up, I should let you know there is a good deal going on until, I guess, Thursday afternoon. So maybe say Wednesday just for safety. But yeah, you can get all the future DLC if you buy it in the first week. Alright, the roof has fallen in. We'll need to dig it out. So this is what we boosted the traveling musician for. Yes. I also think one of the artists, Adrian Degan, may be Canadian-based as well. Every room has a different function. Yes, there's actually a number of different ways that the rooms behave differently. So some rooms will have different crafting stations. So, for instance, so I'll maybe draw a comparison. So right now we've got the Grand Ascent, the ground floor, the staircase that served as the spine of the house, Barry Walter's great project, executed by the master mason Gregory Wheellock. This tells you a little bit about some of the people. So basically you learn more about the house and more about these individuals as you read books, as you read different rooms and so on and so forth. But if we go up to the second sort of section of the Grand Ascent, the first floor, by long tradition, each Baron Brandkrug had their image set in a niche in the Grand Ascent. Later, the Curia of the Isle continued the tradition for their librarians. So these busts didn't start here. These are actually busts that I've been placing for myself, kind of based on the best knowledge that I have of the different characters and sort of my understanding of the history. And you'll notice there's a number that are empty just because I haven't been able to figure this out for myself. So it would be hard for me to say that I have a really good idea in terms of what the function of any of these particular rooms are, because in the end I haven't placed all of the different busts. This is my spot, right? Yes. Now, I could contrast that with a fairly significant room here, the Flood Gallery. Thirza Blake, 7th librarian of the house, extended this space, decorating it with semi-precious metals and filling it with the finest art Hush House's money could buy. Of course, after her enthusiasm brought the house to the brink of penury, much of it had to be sold off. Now, the flowers are my addition, but basically you got this cabinet full of items. We found a number of books. We've already cataloged them. There's paintings all over the place, all of them with their own different aspects and descriptions. And then there is the alchemist's glassware, which will accept a soul with forge, grail, lantern, or winter aspect. Same with the scale and the memory. And in this case, it'll accept leaves, roots, materials, remains, and flowers, as well as liquids and fuel. So in the case of preparing certain items, namely Solomon's preparation, which I'll probably wind up making another one of using the whisk. In fact, let's do that right now. Solomon's preparation. Solomon, last name Husher, so we call this preparation H. So that'll take 90 seconds. So I wouldn't necessarily have been able to make that at, say, the Pale Desk, which has, it'll take similar aspects, but in this case it'll only accept papers or a tool or an ink. So in some cases you'll wind up unlocking workstations which will allow you to craft something that you wouldn't be able to in other cases, or they'll have items inside of the different rooms. So in this case here, well, actually I guess there was a crafting station for this one as well, but this room, the stores, doesn't have a crafting station, but it did have a bunch of paints, and I haven't found a use for the paints yet, but I did notice in the Spire Prospect that will accept pigments. So yeah, the rooms, sometimes the rooms have a function that only you dictate. So in this case here, while there is a bed in the Severn Chamber, really I've been using this as flower storage, although it does have the chimeric larva, my little pet. You know, or something like the Vestibulum Transitus. Well, I mean, this had a bunch of books, but honestly right now this is just sort of the room between the other ones. But in this case here, it's part of this is a little bit about making the place your own, and then part of this is also gaining, you know, what a room starts off. Here's a better way for me to put it. What a room starts off as doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't necessarily stay the same. Okay, I've probably messed this up in terms of being able to level up both, but let's try pyroglyphics. So we can add the Sunny Day, the Foresight, Pyroglyphics, and the Faust. Another fruit plucked from Knowledge's tree. I don't really need the money. It would be silly to go to the Sweet Bones, but maybe we just make another Eigengrow? Or no, hang on. I said I was going to brew some tea. So, renounce or brew. Boiling, bring water to the boil, permit the potential here to express itself. Because I could make them. I made those feathers back when I had elements of the soul that were free, and I didn't really have many other skills, so I wanted to make the most of the day, and in this case I just wound up creating the feathers because they were a thing that I could make, and I just wanted to do it. I don't feel that you need to play a game, like, so, some of you may have seen on the Reddit, I posted what I thought was an obvious joke, but people for the most part did not take it as a joke. And in it, I just sort of said the optimal path was not to shelve any of your books, but just let them all pile up on Cucurbit Bridge. There were some people who gave some very funny replies to that, and I really liked that. Like, there were some people who absolutely got what I was saying with that, and they had a, like, I really, really loved some of the replies. But there were obviously some people who were, like, really crabby about it, about me leaving that message. But, like, one of the things that I'm making fun of in that post is really this idea that there is, like, a quote-unquote optimal way of playing the game. Like, you know, you need to have, like, 5 feathers by this time or something like that. Like, sometimes you do something just because you're playing the cozy, you know, occult librarian game, and this seems like an interesting thing to do. And I feel like that's a very legitimate way of wanting to play it. So, yeah, I mean, in terms of feathers, like, why have feathers? It's like, why not have feathers, right? That's kind of where I go with it. Questman 6167. Actually, you know what? Sorry, this is so dumb, but just for the benefit of the conversation, I will read the post that I put on here just so I'm not leaving everyone in the dark. All right. So, why is everyone wasting time with shelves? Sorry, I've been watching the YouTube people who probably didn't even pay for the game, and this has been really bugging me. Everyone just seems to be wasting so much time fiddling around with where to put books on shelves instead of playing the game, and it's really annoying. Shouldn't you just leave it as a big pile outside the Keeper's Lodge? It's way more optimal. Reasons. 1. There's a button right at the top of the screen to go to the bridge. Cultist Simulator made you click and drag your job into the work slot, which is a real drag, and Book of Hours fixed this by giving you that button. Why are people volunteering to click and move individual jobs again? 2. With enough books, most of them stay dry during the rain because they're covered by the others. Oh, but I want all my books to stay dry, I hear Mr. YOLO Swag 42069, who knows nothing but how to get 10 million viewers, say. Well, sorry, but sometimes enough is enough. Also, it's disrespectful to the design. There are 4 different places you can dry out a book. If you only dry out your journal, you are literally leaving all of those other ones unused, apparently for the entire game. 3. It's not just faster to navigate with the hot button above, but you don't waste all this time with, oh, should I read this one? Should I read that one choices? It's a book. They all have words in them. You don't go, oh, I want that individual tea packet. The leaves look more like snowflakes than that one. Just pick one from the pile and read it if you have to. 4. It's easy mode for getting through all the books that you find. Just fill your inventory with chairs, and every time you hit collect, it automatically puts books in the pile. It honestly doesn't get any simpler. Anyway, sorry for the rant. There's so many more reasons, but I can't be the only one to have discovered that a big pile of books outside the Keeper's Lodge is the best system. One of my favorite responses, actually there's 2 really good responses here, so Godier writes, this man is the best librarian I've ever seen. Fire him immediately. And yes, Paladin, who really outdid himself, trustees come to visit and see how their new librarian is doing, sees a mountain of soggy books blocking the bridge. But what I loved, and I hope this is close to the top on the Weather Factory one, where is it? There are some good, definitely some good ones here, but maybe... Okay, looks like it's going a little bit further in the history. Okay, maybe if I click on their username, I can find it. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but... Oh, here we go. The BBC reports on the epidemic of lazy librarians in Brandkrug. If you find a pile of books on a bridge, this is why. With a note, the actual article is from an art project from 2016. So, yeah, obviously there were some people who embraced the spirit of that comment. Alexis did eventually step in and said, "I have flared this as fan work, you villain." But I will let you know before that. So this now is a 71% upvote rate. There was a period of time when that was actually at a 50% upvote rate. There were a lot of people who thought that was serious. But yeah, absolute. So like I think the comments are funnier than what I wrote in that. But like the absolute kudos to Yes Paladin for finding that BBC article on finding that BBC article on the pile of books. Anyways, yeah. So. But yeah, so like obviously, so I don't want to tell people what the best way to do it is, but like for questions like things like why so many feathers, why things like that, like honestly, I am very much a believer in if you're playing a cozy game about, being an occult librarian and you're just filled with a house full of interesting things, like sometimes just doing something for the sake of doing it is sort of reason enough. And that's kind of largely how I've driven this playthrough. So in this case here, like I don't really have any good reasons for, doing the, option A over option B or something like that. Usually it's just because it seemed like an interesting choice at the time, and that's why I did it. Which I know is disappointing to some people, but yeah, I'm not actually the character that I play on Reddit. Oh, gotta find that site? You mean if it's Reddit, like it's just r/Weather Factory. If it was a different site, just let me know and I can share. Okay, so we are I think like 30 seconds away, 38. So it is spring and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. It's a single player game. What is it? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's and again, like I think the big thing is that it kind of comes back to what we were talking about in terms of the tree of wisdoms, right? Like the some people are going to play this game and be perfectly satisfied with not thinking too carefully about the implications of committing one thing or another to the tree of wisdoms. But what I hope happens is as people kind of play the game and engage with the narrative a little bit more, maybe they start thinking a bit about what does it mean, once they sort of realize what some of this means in terms of, oh, interesting. Okay. It used to be that I could add the, I used to have a sneaky way to just keep making a bunch of Eigengrau, but that's clearly not going to happen now. But yeah, like basically, I think as people, my hope is that as people gain more understanding of sort of what is going on in this game and what certain actions mean, that maybe that leads them to reflect a little bit more on some of the past decisions that they've made. Because in my view, that's like that sort of means that the story is working and that you start caring about things a little bit more than you did before. And I personally find that a very satisfying way of playing. It's kind of like what happened to me with Cultist Simulator. I was interested in the story on its own because, I was sort of just out of grad school, and this game about, trying to put together these glimpses from these tomes sort of spoke to me because that was largely my experience for the, previous year or so. But yeah, like it's definitely like obviously people are going to have their own I don't know, interests or their own connection with the game. But what I personally find for myself is the more I sort of play this sort of stuff, the more that I start reading the text and drawing the connections together, I start sort of weighing the implications of certain decisions a bit more. So yeah, exactly. You have Baldur's Gate, you love Baldur's Gate, but when you started this game you were like, Baldur's Gate what? So that you refer to it as the other RPG starting with B. So, the Earth Cellar. In the time of the Abbey, this was a shrine to St. Lucia the Eyeless. Since the heresies of the Intercalate, the Church of the Unconquered Sun considers her an aspect of the hour called the Menascate. But back then, she was just a patron saint of stained glass workers and eye doctors. The tree in Earl Bryan's field outside was traditionally hung with stained glass ornaments on St. Lucia's Day. Since the dissolution of the Abbey, though, it's mostly been vegetables in here. So, basket of apples, notoriously hard to take just one bite. Basket of onions, the prima materia of cooking. This may be why the cosmos is shaped so like an onion. Apparently, onions have edge aspect, the more you know. A basket of vegetables, gifts from the garden. Basket of leeks, the marks of St. David's triumph, and very good in soup. Okay. The mist-sunk meadow. There's grass beneath my feet and a mingle of wildflower scents, but above all the damp salt vapors of a thick sea fog. Somewhere in the fog, I think I hear a distant bill, far away, as if it were beneath the sea. Perhaps this can be blown away, perhaps sung away, if I bring the right powers and the right assistance. So 11 nectar, 11 rose, or 11 sky. How many languages have I learned? I currently have Kilisimi and Fusine, and that's largely because we've had a number of people who have visited the library, and I don't like the idea of not following up on one of the story elements to learn a language. So when we're between stories, I'll take the opportunity to learn some more languages. But for now, I'm working with the two. If I can get Deep Mandiac, and incidentally, I know I mentioned this a few times, but Mandiac and the Mandians are a real thing. Mandianism is sort of this ethno-religious group, which traces its, I believe, the last surviving Gnostic religion. Deep Mandiac, however, is an invented language. Um, but yeah, just as a practical matter, not because it's interesting history and all of that, but Deep Mandiac is probably one of them. Of course, I find the one that's not Mandiac, but yeah, a lot of these that haven't been read because I can't understand the language. All right, so let's take our tryst. We're probably not going to have it back in the morning, but that's fine because we were recovering it from a malady anyway. So there's resurgences and emergences, beguiling melody, satisfaction and impulse. Add the tryst. There we go. Another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. More so that I think all the visitors that stop by usually stop by because of the current affair. But there will be times when there isn't something going on in the world and you'll still have a visitor. So, but yeah, like I said, I normally leave the, I normally prioritize the event rather than the language. Mandaic? It could be. I don't know. I mean, I've mispronounced Teresa Galmier as Gallagher for so long. All right. Resurgences and emergences. Birth and death are only directions. Between the two, we find a crossroads. I'm sure the people who speak it probably care about the pronunciation, but in this case, I'm going for the most part, I'm going in this game with words that I only know through reading them. So, it's a crapshoot in terms of being able to pronounce them correctly. All right, an offer from Oriflammes. Oriflammes, established 1776, Sense Sign Sciences. Dear librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase the Vincent inscriptions. So we do know Frisian. Everett Vincent transcribed these from a cliff in Anatolia, where he famously survived a lightning strike. He died 7 years later to the day. His bones, the legend has it, were hot to the touch. Now, Oriflammes is absolutely taking advantage of the fact that we are loaded. I believe everything has been a tally price 5 because we've been buying out all of their inventory, but I do want more books. Again, we're not committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms, so being able to get more books means that I'm able to get more skills, level things up, and just generally avoid using the elements of the soul. So rain is rather convenient for us. So, I mean, I do have the option if I want of, trying to use a hireling with this. But it is also a season for a couple of other possibilities. So we've got the Snare of the Tree, Collected Proverbs of Aunt Mopsy. So that's an 8 Grail. And we've got Tradisma Herrera. So if we combine these two, that brings it up to 7. And then if we add the spice scales, that will bring it up to 8. So essentially, the rain gives us our text. In fact, I think. Well, hang on. There's another thing that I can do, which I think is even better. So if we take my Faust. Oh, but that's right. I can't do that. Okay. Yes, so here's what I'm going to do. We're going to start with... I'm going to start by reading Wrapped in the King with my Malady Faust. So I'm reading Wrapped in the King so that I can get the Omen, which has got... the nectar and the scale, or is it nectar and scale? If it's nectar and scale, I'm hooped. Ah, Jesus. Well, there's still an argument for doing what I want to do here, but I may need to reconsider an approach. So if I wanted to recover my Faust, we need the nectar. There's got to be a nectar that combines with these. Okay, so fortunately herbs... Okay, yeah, actually this is a lot easier than I thought. So we had Thyrsis cordials and we're good. Okay. Oh, that must have been Hokabald of Posend and my deeds, my accomplishments, my, so on and so forth. Okay, let's see if we can get a special hire. The Serenity of the Blackwood. Well, okay, let's take a second here and see if we could read the Serenity of the Blackwood. So we've got a tryst here right now. So Edict's Liminal give me, so that would be 9. We add the scissors, that's 10. Okay, so yeah, we add an impulse. Okay, we're good there. So I'm going to leave the tryst aside. The shaft will be... Yeah, okay. I have the day's tasks, so we will use shaft to try and find another special hireling. Seek unusual help. What visitors might be passing through. As you can see, we have a few Solomon's preparations kicking around. There's a few options in terms of things that I can do for today, but I'm just trying to think. I'm trying to think of the right order. So I figure I can use the malady-tainted element of the soul to just generate a bunch of memories. So, for instance, I'd like to get an impulse from traveling at night. And that's going to be so I can read the Moth text. So that's Traveling at Night, Volume 1. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Let's see now. What else do we have? So, well, let's see. Another musician. Okay. So this one's actually kind of a hard one for me to deal with, because in the end we have essentially the same argument as last time for hiring him, right? We've got the 11 nectar here or the 10 nectar here. And as it turns out, it's probably just as well, because the motley bed's not going to be helped by the earth sign. So I'm going to have to use the pound note to hire the musician. I'll hire this one for a day. Okay, so I gotta think this through again, because I don't want to throw away a memory that's useful to me in another context. So with the traveling musician, I think the idea was we attach the memory to him for the 6, the tool for the 7, the drink for the 9. Okay, yeah, there's a couple of easy things that I can do for the start. So we'll start with the kitchen bowls just because that's a piece of cake. In fact, it's cake time. So we'll start with that. I might as well pour out the dandelion wine as well because I know we're going to give that up too. So appropriately pour out. I really love the way that they change the sound when you go back and forth. Welcome back, Digi Inferno. I think we unlocked 2 different rooms since you left. At the very least, we've got the Earth Cellar. If you had to guess, what aspects do onions have? There is a definitive answer in this game. Okay, so I'm going to use the Earth sign with him here. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. I think the whist I can use to make something else, but I'll wait. I'm also a little reluctant to start giving up the blue crown just because I've got plenty of Solomon's preparations at this point. Alright, so we can get started on the impulse. So I believe the vagabond... No, not the vagabond. Actually, as an aside, I wanted to highlight this because I didn't talk about it before. Where are you? Here we go. In the Stare Tenebris. The Velvet, an hour of secrecy, ignorance, privacy, shame. The Velvet has never encouraged insight, investigation, or worship. Even an image of her is unusual. So apparently, the star-nosed mole is the image of the Velvet. So there you have it. All right, where were we? So the impulse. We did this so that I can... I guess we'll use Natan's desk. That's the moth desk. So we will take our Tryst with its 2 moth. We'll combine that with Edict's Liminal with 7. We add the Impulse for 11. We add the Shears of the Sisterhood, black iron shears marked with the Sisterhood's triple knot. And finally, we take the text, The Serenity of the Black Wood, an allegorical history of the House of Leith, which it is here implied was inspired by the centipede. Serrano Blackwood is an occult alias to this day. One thing I do rather like about this, I meant to highlight this before, but we have Serena Blackwood, one of the librarians. So it is possible that Serena Blackwood is not necessarily an actual individual. Serena Blackwood, in fact, could be one of several librarians, or we could find the identity of Serena Blackwood and then we attach it later to the bust. So but we'll figure out that mystery later. Let's talk with our musician about dandelion wine. I've also been wasting this Faust, so let's get back on track there. Sorry, I'm losing track in terms of what I'm trying to do. Well, one thing I'll do is I'll use Wrapped in the King again. That's just because, again, the omens are persistent, so they're nice to have around. It saves me the effort to make them. I may be able to get some gardening done with my health, so I suppose the remaining question is there anything that I want to or can do with my Faust or my Whist? It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to buy or to earn some money in the Sweet Bones. Okay, so we can get him up to oh, Jesus. Okay, so let me... I actually need to think carefully about this. So my usual rule is to try and get things to... I usually want to try and get things to their... I want to do the higher challenge if I can. So we need 2 more. We've given them beverage, a memory, a tool. So I could give them a food and an element of the soul. Okay, well I think we'll just do the usual pears and health, even though it means I can't do gardening. It's the simplest. It also occurred to me that I should be... I should actually be reading this book. Alright, the Snare of the Tree, Tradis Herrera. We will add the rain. And then we're at 7 Grail. So the Whist isn't relevant to the text, but it's just an element of the soul that I can use. We add the spice scales, redolent with decades of piquant passage, and we're up to 8, so I can master this mystery. Snare of the Tree, collected proverbs of Aunt Mopsy. Once in the wood we call once in the wood we call a visit. Twice in the wood we call a journey. Thrice we call coming home. And that means after Wrapped in the King, I'll probably try to heal my Faust. This Faust, I can't remember if I can make Eigengrau with it or not. I think I'm stuck, but... Orflams thanks you for your custom. That's definitely going to be one that we read as soon as we can. We'll probably digest the lessons that we already have, but one thing at a time. Okay. This is the Serenity of the Black Wood. The proverbial footloose gathers travelers in the wood and then leads them through, but abandons them part way. They find themselves beset by glorious monsters. Alright. So here we'll add the health. I'm ready to lend my limbs, boosts heart, scale, and nectar. And then... There we go. So I think the time has come for us to cure my Faust. I'm probably late to catch the dawn on this, but we should be fine. There's his cordials. Cure my malady. You've supplied enough nectar. Ria's got an interesting story from yesterday. Do tell. Also welcome. I'm actually half an hour past when I normally finish, and I don't mind doing extra time for Book of Hours. I'm not going to be able to do like 10-hour streams like I used to. I think I need to be a little more disciplined on bedtime and stuff like that, but I did get started on time, so I can do a little bit extra. But what I might do is refill some tea. There was a moth following you all day from the time that you woke up to the time that you got home from work. It was just flying around you and chilling with me. Oh, I love that stuff. I got a couple stories like that I can share with Cultist Simulator. They're not quite as nice as the moth. Although I did on my way to getting my passport for the Locksmith's Dream. I did actually have a couple of moths that matched the ones described in Cultist Simulator that were at the experimental farm on the way home. But I should let you finish your tale. Alright, so there's grass beneath my feet and a mingle of wildflower scents, but above all, the damp salt vapors of a thick sea fog. Somewhere in the fog, I think I hear a distant bell, far away, as if it were beneath the sea. Perhaps this can be blown away, perhaps sung away, if I bring the right powers and the right assistance. Yes. Well, I'm going to assume that you were not moth aspected the whole day. I trust that is just a natural state for you. But yeah, no, it's one of the things. So one of the things I liked about Cultist Simulator, but I think this is also true for Book of Hours, is that once you start kind of getting into the Secret Histories setting, it's very easy to start seeing. It's very easy to start sort of seeing things in the terms of the game. So, you have a sudden insight into something, and it's like, oh, that was a lantern moment or something like that. You're the hour of the moth. That would be. I actually think the moth is also the first hour. All right, I'm just going to take a second here to make sure that I've got this in my records. So, from that we get Sacrolemea and Confounding Parable. Okay, the proverbial footloose gathers travelers in a wood and leads them through, but abandons them part way. They find themselves beset by glorious monsters. And the travelers discover they can survive if they close their eyes. They adopt a closed eye as their sign, and that they can go unnoticed if they drink from the clear, cold streams. They never forget that the proverbial footloose, the centipede, but they never forgive her either. You also want to do a moth-focused run of Book of Hours. It's actually one thing I really appreciate about Book of Hours. Like, you absolutely can, if you want, focus on certain principles. But I actually really do like that when you look at the Tree of Wisdoms, you can see sort of this connections. Like, you don't have to just be one principle. And I say this as someone who's like very, very, very lantern-focused. I've eventually come to appreciate a few of the other ones, so like I definitely have some knocky sides of me, and I'm beginning to appreciate Edge as well. So like one hour I rather like if I'm forced to choose something other than the Watchman or the Door in the Eye. I would say that I'm somewhat warm to the Colonel. But yeah, I mean, as you can see here, the moth aspect does kind of run through a number of things. So it goes from Boss to Nyctodromy to Birdsong. Watchmen, I have the Tarot of the Hours somewhere around me, excuse me. But Aminophys says you're a Forge fan yourself, so every day you just summon King Crucible for the heck of it. King Crucible is a nightlight. Yeah, I mean everybody's kind of got their own things. The thing is for me that I like, it's not just because it was the first cult. Like, I do actually tend to find a lot of the things that I really value tend to be very very aligned with Lantern. But I think the big thing about this, and this is true for, again, whether you want to go deep in Cultist Simulator or Book of Hours, but like in the end it's a little bit like the elements of the soul. I would say that there are probably, if you want to think of the world in terms of things like elements of the soul and such, you could absolutely describe people, they have a little more Faust than Trist, let's say, or more Faust than Fat. It was for the item making, fair enough. But the truth of the matter is that like there are 9 elements of the soul, and generally all of them are present in people. You can sort of see in the case of the elements of the soul in this game being you healing after the shipwreck. And this isn't healing like it is in most games where you pick up a med kit and you're suddenly better, right? Healing is a very long process, and sometimes during healing you are wondering if you're ever going to be the same again. I mean, there are some injuries where you're not the same again after them. And so in the case, and I mean, again, there's obviously, you can get very poetic about this, right? As you're healing, yourself, you're also repairing Hush House. And, as you're, reading the books and gaining and growing. And I mean, again, all of this is sort of reinforced by the fact that the game is also quite relaxed in terms of the fact that you don't have, the prospect of death constantly threatening you in the game. So you're allowed to take your time, and as a result, the game allows you to sort of experience healing in what might be something that speaks a little more, honestly in terms of real life experience. And again, I'm not trying to knock other games as that, for that being a bad thing. Like, could you imagine playing a first-person shooter where you actually needed to go to like Walter Reed to get better before you could jump back into the fight? Like, that just doesn't work. So it's the question in terms of what what's the game about. And have I beaten the game? I have not, actually. Just because, again, I most of my time has been in the beta because and the beta would always reset it. In fact, I suspect a lot of people are going to beat the game before me because I only play this game on stream, and there's only so many hours during a stream, and I spend a lot of them talking. But I'm not bothered by that. I mean, as long as people don't go... I mean, even if people do go running in talking about the ending, like, it's 1 of 100, so the likelihood of them getting my ending is pretty remote. But yeah... in this case here, Book of Hours, because the fact that it's just doing something different from these other games, that difference can sort of be expressed in a number of other ones. And just to go back to that original point, like, I really do go heavy on a lot of the Lantern stuff, so it did not surprise me at all that I wound up with the Twiceborn based when I was picking my Elements of the Soul. From the first time I played the game. But even then, it would be true to say that, for most people, it would be fair to say, we have all 9 elements in varying proportions. I say this metaphorically. Obviously, I do not believe there are actually 9 elements of the soul. This is an invention for the game, but you get the idea. In terms of the stream and blue screens. I actually hate to do this, so yeah, I'll let you all contemplate the Tree of Wisdoms. I actually do need to refill my tea. I'll also probably take a small bathroom break. But I do thank you all for hanging out. I will say, I feel that this exists on both ends of the spectrum. In one sense, some streamers can become very tedious when they're constantly complaining about viewership, but it's equally tedious to hear people just talking about the numbers and things like that. But I do want to take a minute and say that the release of Book of Hours has been very good in terms of overall attention for the channel. You've been very pleasant, all of you, to have in the channel, and I appreciate that because I also know this is quite a popular game that a number of different people are watching or streaming, and so you have your options in terms of streams. So I did want to take a second and just say thank you for that because, like I said, you have options, and I am not accustomed to having a viewership like this. Ellen Ripley's not pleasant. But yes, I am going to take a minute here. I'm going to run ads because I need to pay the rent. No, I'm going to be running ads because it is kind of nice to the people who are just jumping in. They don't get hit by the pre-roll for that. But obviously, that doesn't mean you have to watch them. So it'll be a minute of ad breaks. I encourage you to get up and go for a stretch. Maybe get a glass of water yourself if you haven't done that for a bit. And we will be back in a couple of minutes after the kettle's done boiling to play a little more Book of Hours before we wrap up tonight. So we will see you in a bit. And thank you for that, Amenofis. But yeah, I'm gonna run the ads now. See you all in a bit. All right, thank you all for your patience. I hope you had a good break along with mine. It's not Cater and Hero Second Flush Assam, but it's a second best. It's Patrick Stewart's favorite, apparently, which is, of course, the only reason why one should drink a tea. So I suspect Sacre Lame is going to be a little difficult for us to increase, but let's see what we've got here. So that would be a combination of Sky and Moth. Yeah. Well, at least the Confounding Parable's a start. But yeah, that's not happening tonight. So I can try and do something with the Faust. If I can make an Eigengrau, so much the better. I suspect that's not going to happen with Auroral Contemplations, but maybe Inks of Containment. Nope, if I add the Mirror Scope, I get the Eigengrau. I should probably come up with a better default, but Eigengrau is nice just because it's a beverage, so I can use that to restore an element to the soul if it comes down to it. Mind you, that's one of the reasons why I carry the pitcher with me. Never liked Earl Grey. Ah, now this is the trick, Kidabit. Oh yeah, sorry, there was a question here. I think it's, I don't know if it's Ion Tail or Lawn Tail, but so far as I can tell, the names of the elements of the soul are made up for the game, although I think the concept of the elements of the soul may have their basis in sort of Egyptian myth. So yeah, Kiddaburden, Tea Earl Grey Hot is in fact what Picard likes. The character that he played in that Star Wars series. Spock is my favorite midichlorian. But I believe Patrick Stewart's favorite tea is Yorkshire Gold. So I don't think he dislikes Earl Grey, but the Earl Grey is actually a preference stated for Picard. But the actor Patrick Stewart, I believe, prefers Yorkshire Gold. All right, we unlocked a room. Earl Brian's Field. Brian is another one of those leitmotif names that recur all through Brankrug's long histories. This one was Brian of Brittany, who is named Earl of Cornwall by King William after the conquest. In 1068, the sons of the deposed King Harold mount raids on Cornwall, and Brian funds the construction of a fortified gate and the Watchman's Tower, initially in wood to protect the abbey. In return, the abbey gives shelter to a yew tree that he's brought from Brittany, that flowers in divers colors. This is that tree, hollow now and rotting slowly from within, taking its time to die gracefully. It has not flowered in living memory, and the colors of its flowers cannot now be told, but Brian's brothers were called Alan the Red and Alan the Black, and there is reference to red and black flowers. I just can't remember. I'll see if I can find it. There was a skill that was definitely related to red and black flowers. The Watchman's Tree has flowers 3, black, red, and white. Red is the life that flows in the body's courses, and white is the writing at the body's core. Hushery teaches what ends. Or the golden. In times when nothing was forgotten, 3 flowers bloomed on the Watchman's Tree, black, red, and gold. Red is the life that flows in the body's courses, but the blood of the Carapace cross was golden. Preservation teaches what endures. Is the story related to Cultist Simulator? Yes, it is in fact by the same developers. So, oops. So this is the follow-up to Cultist Simulator. It takes place in the same. Setting, The Secret Histories. However, it is a standalone game. If you like Cultist Simulator, you'll probably like this. If you didn't like Cultist Simulator because you thought it was too demanding, that it was a little too ready to fail you, I actually think that this is very much a game that was intended to try and let people engage with the ideas of Cultist Simulator at a more relaxed pace. I also think it allows the game to go quite a bit deeper than Cultist Simulator. But with that in mind, this takes place in the year 1939, and so I believe it is the event. I believe it is after the events of Cultist Simulator, and I would not be surprised if it took place in a different history. But yeah, it is the follow-up to Cultist Simulator by Weather Factory. And we've got the Earl's U. So I definitely feel like this is a fairly significant item, but I'm not sure what to make of it yet. So since the conquest, this has been waiting for you. The irreverent might even call it a yew tree. Oh, dang. Present what? Add an ability to win a victory or record a history in your journal to win a major one. Wow. So we can already win. Interesting. But what does it mean? That is gonna take. I'm definitely gonna need to think a bit about that. Okay, we've got the snare of the tree, collected proverbs of Aunt Mopsy. Once in the wood we call a visit, twice in the wood we call a journey, thrice we call coming home. So another confounding parable. And 2 Applebright euphonies. You rock. Alright, let me just take a second here and record this down. Okay, so we did have that one on the list. There's gonna be quite a bit of time spent leveling these up, particularly Applebright euphonies, because I don't have a Grail aspect, so in this case I'm gonna have to use my Faust for that. Still, there's a reason why we keep reading all of these books. We've basically run out of room for everything. That's fine though, we'll be able to read some more books before too long. We're making the Eigengrau, we're still haven't fully recovered. We might actually recover before the evening, which is good. And I think we're good. So we can try Shrieking Gull Cloud, that's 12 edge, 12 sky. The gulls have made this their kingdom, and they've grown intolerant of interlopers. We'll have to pacify or discourage them. Also, I was totally wrong when I said that that we're going to be healed in time for the morning. We're almost certainly not going to be healed in time for the morning. We do have another Eigergrouse, so there you go. Put that in the pantry. By the way, I've never really noticed the sound of the sea, but I'm pretty sure... Should you take a nap if you're fatigued? You can. The thing is that it's already like late in the day and we are using our bed anyway for curing a malady. So in this case here, it's just, you know, we let the time pass by. We may still be fatigued after healing the Faust, and if we have use for it, we can spend some money at the Sweet Bones. We could rest. The thing to remember about resting, though, if you go to bed, is that you do need a drink. Now, it's not hard to get a drink. In this case here, this is why I'm carrying the pitcher of Isle water. Okay, so we're 20 seconds short, but it does mean that I would have to, you know, I'd need to use my health to draw the water from the well. So in this case, I wind up giving up. Giving an element of the soul one way or the other. So. So the Vincent inscriptions is a pretty straightforward one for me to read. The Serenity of the Blackwood needs to go to my pile. You know what, I'm gonna put the scrolls, well, can we fit them? No. I need to find a better system. So maybe what I'll do is I'll just take a minute to... So 12 moth texts are actually within my grasp now. Okay. What about the temptations of architecture? So we've got 5 from Disciplines of the Hammer, 6 from the Tool, 2 from Memory, yeah, so the other way of looking at this would be, so 5 from Disciplines of the Hammer, 6 from Shapt, 7 from the Tool, 9 from the... I don't know, though. Like, let's take the 10s. We'll put those as a target of opportunity. Rose of Nuriel. So 5 Grail. We can combine that up to a 7, 8. But I don't have an element of the soul, so I think an Arab would probably be the first element of the soul I pick up, specifically because of the Rose of Nuriel. Let's say 10 Forge would be the first one that I try as a target of opportunity. Unfortunately, we don't have any Grail... we don't have any Heart or Sky texts to run with. Because a Gale would be perfect for that. Honestly, the best method is just to let them all pile up on the Kukurbit bridge, but people get upset whenever you say that, so I pretend that I do it another way. Alright, so one option I have is to use the Gale in Sacra Lamea. Another option is to see if I can put this Sky to use with a Hireling. But that would invite the question, what... sorry. I'm just trying to think this through. The bridge becomes a public library. Yeah, there you go. I'm just trying to think what elements of the soul I want to use here. So, okay, actually, this is interesting. So, Applebright Euphonies, I can only use the Faust. Whereas Sacra Lamea, I can use Trist and Faust. So let's set these aside now. So as... Oh, actually, okay. This is not nearly as hard as it needs to be. It is so much easier for me to just level up Applebright Euphonies. Okay. Yeah. So first thing I'm going to do is I'll see if I can hire a special hireling. What visitors might be passing through? What I'll probably do is I might recover the... Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I think I'm going to go for the difficult level up first. Because at least then I can sort of dedicate the day to it. So if I do that, I have the one... Yeah, I'm definitely going to need to renew an element of the soul. But I think what I'm going to do is let's wait the minute. No, I don't need to get that clever. I'll at least get a solace from... Or, sorry, a storm from Hard Unceasing, because I don't think you get storms from conversations with people. We'll see what the hireling is for the day, because if I want to use the... If I wind up using the Gale, I'm going to need to figure something else out. Alright, we are now healed. So if I wanted, I could actually use a glass of water. You know what? That's probably not a bad idea. So serve appropriately. Pour out. This is a little bit more about giving me options. So a quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. So a lot of this rests on what visitor we get. I mean, we can keep renewing. Usually what I do is I just try one. If it turns out to be something interesting, then I follow through. If it's not, then we wait. But I think the first thing I'm going to do here is upgrade Sacralimea. After that, Applebright Euphonies, because it requires fewer memories overall. And then anything else we put towards studying these existing texts. All right, a surrealist painter. So I suppose the good news on this one is that it doesn't have heart or sky, so it's not relevant. So, like, the idea here, we've got Grail, Moth, and Rose. So, not relevant here. Is relevant here. Not relevant here. Not relevant here. Is relevant here. But it does invite the question, like, where does all the rows come from? Because I don't have a FET, which means that I'm actually short in terms of what I would be able to upgrade with the Surrealist Painter. So I think we'll just leave that be. I am, however, gonna have a break. So rest and refreshment. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal and a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. It is spring, and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie, with the pilkered heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. I didn't appreciate that we've used up the water. I'll leave it be for now. If we need to, I'll use the health to draw up some water, but... Oh. Okay, so this was kind of important for me to see, and that's just because it means that I'm going to be able to use the Gale to upgrade Sacralimea. So, in this case here, that... Oop. So, 1, 2, 3, add 2 more and a Faust, and we're good. So, the Faust and the Whist are the two. We'll take care of that. So a Solace should do the trick. Sorry, it was Moth and Sky. So we'll just read the 2 volumes of Traveling at Night. Oh, come on, where's a winter desk? Well, actually, I guess this still works. And I think given that I'm restoring 2 elements of this... Well, actually, if I'm restoring 2 elements of the soul, it's not a big deal either way. So we'll take the Faust here. We'll read the other Traveling at Night. And I'm going to have 1 more element of the soul than I really need. So let's say... We'll drop water with the health. And I guess with my Shapt, I'll just read the Vinzant inscriptions, although certainly, you know, it's not like I'm looking to have extra lessons right now. That's fine. I mean, we're well away from Numa, so I don't... Oh, that's right. I also forgot we have films to watch as well. So there's actually quite a few texts for me to read. Okay, so this one we're saving for the upgrade. Where were we? Okay, there's our shaft. So that we'll use at Ambrose desks when it becomes available. Here we've got the impulse, and then we're going to get a solace from Traveling at Night Volume 2. That Alopoli fellow really knew how to write a book. So these give me the elements of these give me the aspects that I need. In this case for Sacralamea, it's either moth or sky. And of course with the gale, because we don't have another use for it, we'll use it to get this upgrade in. So for that, we first start with the skill itself. We take the lesson, we take the element of the soul, and then we add the... I'm assuming everybody can relate to this, right? You know, the weather's just right, you sit down with the right book, and it just means something. Maybe this is just me, but I don't know, I have a feeling that it would be weird for people to be into this game and say, you know, I don't like reading that much. Then again, I mean, I guess people play war games without like being soldiers. So does anybody play Book of Hours to appeal to their fantasy of being the kind of person who would read a book? I do it to pretend that I'm the sort of person who would read a book the whole way through. All right, I can master this mystery, enough forge to match Mystery Forge. Everett Vincent transcribed these from a cliff in Anatolia, where he famously survived a lightning strike. He died 7 years later to the day. His bones, the legend has it, were hot to the touch. So, yeah, the other funny bit, not to focus on that Reddit post, but I do not have any bookshelves in my apartment. It's all, like, big stacks of books surrounding me. So, that wasn't exactly what I had in mind when I, when I wrote that, but it is just a funny little detail. All right, so we're actually on our way to turning this into into a level 6 skill. What's the best way for me to handle that? I think we just flip places with Tridisma Herrera. Well, that doesn't quite make sense. So we move Snow Stories down. Yeah, that works. So this is actually helpful for us. So the thing, sometimes when I level up one of these skills, it's not that big of a deal. But like Auroral Contemplation, 7 Lantern, 6 Edge. So, Disciplines of the Hammer might be offering something edgewise, but like this is like where I go if I need like Lantern or Edge. Edict's Liminal, likewise, 7 Moth, 6 Knock. This is sort of the go-to place for the higher powers. Now, the Moth is kind of redundant here, right? Like Edict's Liminal, it has Moth as a primary aspect, and so for Sacralamea, this is a bit of duplication. But having 6 Sky, that's just another example where it's sort of outdoing any other... Oh, actually, no, that's not. Sights and Sensations, so we're not getting anything new with Sacralamea. My apologies. For some reason, I thought that I was getting more Sky. But still, it's the sort of thing that I want to keep an eye on. So, for instance, something like Sights and Sensations, if we're in a gale like we are right now, effectively what this means is that I can read up to a 10 Sky text without any trouble. Did we finish something? Yes. More water. And for those of you who are curious, we have not talked to Mrs. Kill once in this playthrough. We have talked to Mr. Kill a couple of times. A lot of Reverend Timothy. Occasionally we'll use Denzel, but... You can actually get pretty far without committing things to the tree. Not that I recommend it. Long ago, the Sisterhood of the Knot recounted, the Forge loved the hour called the Sun in Splendor. The Red Grail long anticipated their union, and the Grail priestesses prophesied it. Prophesized it. Sorry. It's late. I will sip some of the tea, though. While we're waiting for the day to go through, I'm kind of curious, and again, please don't feel that there has to be audience interaction. I am the broadcaster and allegedly can hold people's attention. But I'm kind of curious if people have found favorite backgrounds or not. Like if I like the Twiceborn. I think I relate to the Twiceborn, being the son of a god and all. Or possibly being a god himself is probably the better way of putting it, but I was actually rather struck by the Revolutionary. I think that's a really interesting looking one, and I seem to notice that I wind up with the Magnate every once in a while too. But there's a lot of interesting journals and a lot of interesting backgrounds, and I'm curious if people are starting to run into ones that they feel a stronger connection to. You only started 2 playthroughs. I think the one you liked was the Children of the Two Longs. Okay, neat. And Kid of Burden, this is your first time seeing the game, so if incidentally, for those of you that want a full account of all of the different things in the game, the Weather Factory Twitter account did have sort of during their countdowns, they sort of showed, here are the elements of the soul, here are the backgrounds, here are the branches of the Tree of Wisdom. So there is a little bit of written material on what the different backgrounds are. But honestly, the real fun way to do this is to do the personality test at the start. Just pick the element of the soul that sounds interesting and see what you get. I think that's a really smart way to start the game. Tree of Wisdom is complicated now. You are afraid of using the skills to gain more elements of the soul. I feel... So this is why I wasn't doing... There's a way to kind of artificially raise the interest in terms of what you're about to say by sort of saying, I don't want to talk too much about this. But this is one of the cases of forbidden knowledge or knowledge that is dangerous to have. The one thing I don't want to do is create a sense of paralysis for people, with the fact that there are potentially implications in the Tree of Wisdoms. But on the other hand, I think it's a really cool feature of the game. And I think the fact that you can start reading more and more of the text and gain a greater understanding of the world, and simultaneously as you are committing more and more things to the Tree of Wisdoms, you're sort of realizing, oh God, this actually has an implication. Do we want to see the restoration of the sun? What does that mean? Is that a good thing? How do I even decide if that's a good thing? And kind of the knowledge of that comes from reading and rereading the text. One of the things that's really fun about this, in my opinion, is that it means that instead of doing, reading this once and moving on, this is the real reason you keep a notebook. It's not so much to know, that you get, transformations and liberations and foresight from the Vincent inscriptions, although that is something I'm going to put in my spreadsheet, but it's to try and figure out the relationships of everything and to sort of figure out where you stand in terms of all of the different connections and works. So Beefly says you're Magnate. I don't know, I think Magnate's fine. But yeah, I don't know, I kind of got into Elder Scrolls late. I actually bounced off of Elder Scrolls. Sorry, I'm just writing this down. So I got into Elder Scrolls relatively late, just because I kind of bounced off of it the first time that I played Skyrim. But I played some of the earlier games, and that finally gave me an appreciation for what they were and how good they were. And I can remember, I guess it would have been the first 3, maybe even 4 games actually had sort of a questionnaire for you to fill out to sort of figure out what your class would be. And I actually think that's a neat way of doing it. I actually think character creation in The Lady Afterwards also does a personality test. I feel it's obviously Weather Factory have they've incorporated it into their games, which I think is kind of cool. But like I feel like that's something that's due for a. I feel like that's kind of due for a reevaluation, because like if you think of it, like BuzzFeed basically exists because of personality. Not, like obviously some of these leave you feeling really shallow and like not happy. So like you don't want to. You want to, as with anything, you want to give people quality. You want to make sure that you're giving them something that's worth their time. But I don't know, if you make a game with a certain amount of depth or sort of enough interest, it's kind of hard to say that a personality test is beyond the pale. Like I feel like that's a kind of a fun thing to do in a game. Ultima had something similar. I think I have a couple of Ultima games because I'm on the EA subscription system, but the more I think of it, the less. I don't think I've ever actually played an Ultima game, but that's good to know, because like what normally happens, like sometimes for article ideas, like I'll sit down and I'll think of like just a, hey, why don't you see X anymore, or why don't you do Y? I don't want to, like, this is a wholesome game, so I don't want to spend too much time on this, but like one topic that was discussed, and I've kind of brought it up with a couple of people, is like, why don't you see more game developers transition from like, okay, so when I say adult games, I actually think real adult games are games like Book of Hours, which require a degree of maturity and like understanding to like really engage with the themes. But obviously when we're talking about adult games, we're talking about pornography. But like if you think of it, I always like to say that those types of games are kind of like Warhammer 40k and pornography are actually very similar in the sense that both of them have like a very dedicated fan base that seemingly will buy almost any product that has that thing that they're looking for. And yet, at least in terms of company names, you tend not to see a lot of transitions, even though if you think about it, like when you make a game, there's a certain amount of technology that you build to make a game that can cross over, that's independent of the subject matter of the game. And like I did that, and I wound up doing a whole bunch of really interesting research. So there was like this period in history of like porno chic, like Roger Ebert reviewed pornographic film, and it's the reason why the very famous like whistleblower for Watergate was named Deep Throat, because that was a film that was in there and had achieved a certain degree of mainstream appeal. And it was actually such a mainstream thing that there were articles being written talking about how Hollywood was in genuine trouble because pornography was so much less expensive to make, and it was sort of taking over the box office, and so it wouldn't be viable to do traditional films anymore. Now, clearly that didn't happen, right? We don't live in a world, like we live in a world where basically that is like me wondering about games and, the business structure. I mean, I think one of the main reasons we don't see that transition is that like people who go out and found independent studios probably have a type of game that they want to make, and chances are they're not pursuing, like they don't want to make that type of game, and so why would you go out and do that? But on the other hand, on the margin, if you can pay the rent, like maybe you do something like that. Maybe you do it under a different name. Anyways, there's a whole bunch of other stuff to do. But like the thing is that like weird little like what if questions like that usually wind up being something that leads me down an interesting path to have an article idea. So likewise, the question of like, hey, why don't you have more personality tests in games? And it's like Elder Scrolls seemed to have that and eventually go away. And then finding out that Ultima had something like that makes me say, hey, this is kind of interesting. I want to find out more about this and see maybe this is something that's due for a renaissance. So again, sorry for those of you who dislike that subject matter. I'm hoping that was tastefully handled, as tastefully as one can have on it. But like, if you follow an idea long enough, like you can sometimes wind up with some interesting things and just learn a little bit more about gaming. So, in this particular case here, I wasn't aware of the fact that Ultima had a similar system. So now I kind of wonder, where did Ultima get that from? Is there maybe some precedent in earlier versions of role-playing games like D&D or something like that? So, plus the other thing is, it is really funny to say the provocative statement. Pornography is basically Warhammer 40k. Beefree says, speaking of reading books, you am such a nerd that you actually read the books in Skyrim. No, I do the same. I've actually, so on YouTube, I've got a series of me playing the game from the Elder Scrolls Arena up to Oblivion, and every book that I've gotten I've read. So even though I didn't care that much for the Elder Scrolls when I first played it, I actually have a fairly strong understanding of the lore, enough that I was able to be annoying with someone. So someone like kind of fancied themselves a really big Elder Scrolls fan, and they're like, yeah, and then the world of Tamriel. I'm like, the world of Tamriel? Yeah, world of Tamriel. I'm like, I believe that is the continent. I think you are referring to the world of Nirn. No, it's not. Oh, wait, you're right. So, that's really the reason why you read things, is so you can be a complete pest to... But yeah, no, it's a fun. I quite like those games now. It took me playing the early ones to appreciate them, but actually, I don't know if Ria's still around, but I was going to talk a little bit about some of the fun coincidences and. Lusty Argonian you get to meet the author of the Lusty. If I'm not mistaken, what's his name? Uncle, is it Uncle? Someone in Morrowind is the author of the Lusty Argonian Maid, if I'm not mistaken. Why can I not remember? Let me see if I can find the name. I probably need to wrap up reasonably soon, but this is bugging me now. Is it Crassius Curio? Is that the guy that you run into in Morrowind? I think he's like the Hlalu guy, right? Anyways, yeah, so Lusty Argonian Maid, I don't know if it was in Daggerfall offhand, but I definitely know it's in Morrowind, and I'm pretty sure you meet the author. I think he asks you to, like, give him a smooch. Anyways, cloudy day, so I think... Oh yeah, that does actually help us with Sacrolamea, so that's good. This is going to be a little bit of a struggle. So I think all hands on deck for upgrading Sacrolamea before we go any further. I don't think we'll even worry about trying to hire one of the special people. I think we'll read a bit of everything. So this will get me Impulse. This one will give me Solace. I actually can't use this. Apollo and Marsyas will give me Storm. And you know what? I think I used up all the desks that I needed in a not very good way. So I think I'm one desk short. Oh, you know what? This will probably do. Nope. Or, yes. This may not actually count as a desk. Okay, Apollo and Marsyas is my solid. Impulse with Moth and crap. I forgot what I wanted to get. Okay, Storm and Solace give me Sky. Impulse gives me Moth. Wow, this might be harder than I thought, actually. No, Beguiling Melody. Oh, wait, where'd I get that? Skeleton Songs. There we go. Yeah. I don't think I have a desk I can read this at, though. Well, shucks. I do write articles, yes. I've been writing and rewriting one for a very long time now, but I shared that with someone. I can give a shout out here. So the fault for the crappiness of the articles is obviously mine, but where I can, Victoria Tran of Inner Sloth fame, formerly of Kitfox, has actually been very nice in proofreading some of the stuff. And one thing that really helps me is that she's usually good at sort of giving me a down to earth. So she's like, she wouldn't say so, but is a very bright individual. And I think actually has a very good intuitive grasp of a lot of the more complicated concepts that I bring across. But does a very good job. One of the more valuable things I find, because sometimes when you kind of go off onto a, when you start sort of, you lose your anchor and all of a sudden you're going off into the heavens. It's nice when you have someone who is honest and says, I don't really know what you're saying with this, or, I don't think you mean it this way, but when I read it, it makes me think, X, Y, or Z. It's very, very valuable to have people who tell you that. And sometimes people don't want to feel foolish, or they don't want to feel like you'll make fun of them or something like that. Like, there's a lot of very understandable reasons why people may not give you the feedback that you need to hear. So with this recent thing I've been writing, she gave a very helpful line, which says, like, it seems like you're, like, what I'm trying to deal with here is to try and talk a little bit about a productivity problem in independent game development, and to essentially say that there's a lot of talk of discoverability, and that it is a legitimate worry. Discoverability is in fact a problem for independent games, but the problem is that there is so much discussion of discoverability that it is potentially eclipsing another conversation that needs to be had about independent game development that's largely not being had. And it's essentially about the time that it's taking developers to make games, or the overall cost of doing certain things. And the main idea here is that discoverability is a legitimate concern, but the challenge is that if you, like, it's a seductive explanation, because sort of by definition every game that fails to make a profit, quote unquote, didn't find its audience, but it doesn't always have the best explanatory power. you could have a game that maybe just isn't that appealing, or maybe could have used a little bit more development time. And if you turn around and tell someone, well, you just need to market this thing more, in the end, you're just flogging the marketing on a project that actually maybe could just use maybe a little bit more structural work for the underlying product. So for a lot of people, they're very, very good game developing. I mean, let's face it, there are far more good games on Steam than we're ever going to be able to play. But again, the drawback here is that if you always just turn around and say, well, not enough people bought the game, it's a little bit like explaining political outcomes by saying, the more people showed up for the winning side than the losing side. That is strictly true in democracies, right? Obviously sometimes you need to care about who the voters are, right? So sometimes you refer to the electoral college rather than the popular vote, but like that is trivially true for every political outcome, but it explains nothing. And so the idea here was to try and frame the discoverability problem as a subset of productivity problems, because in the end it's about resources being allocated. But because I know I have a lot of heavy lifting ahead of me, I tried to reduce everything down to prices, and the problem is that over that article, sorry, I'm going off on a now you can see why it's taken a long time to write and rewrite. But basically, that particular article I'm having some difficulties with, because it is helpful to try and boil all of this stuff down to prices. But the problem is that is to serve a particular purpose to make it easier to explain. And what the problem I'm running into is that for the most part, people are looking at that pricing stuff and they're saying that, discoverability is all a question of price. And I'm like, well, it's true in the model that I build, but that's not strictly what I'm trying to say about game development. Obviously, you have to have a good game, and it's not a question of pricing. But yeah, anyways. But yeah, so anyways, that's a long answer to your question, Retro. But yes, I write articles, and usually about gaming, and usually about esoteric topics in gaming. But I do my best to try and write things honestly, and hopefully things that people aren't already saying. And you're worrying about your first playthrough, just try to get strong. Yeah, I mean, again, the best thing I can say is don't ignore it, but don't cripple your playthrough through. Well, I can give the again. Don't. I am immortal. The quality is varied, but that's usually where my writing winds up. There's a couple in there that I'm very happy with. But yeah, go in with moderate expectations, and if you like something, let me know. But yeah, no, on the Tree of Wisdoms thing, like please don't let that be something that like spoils a playthrough, let's say. The aim here in pointing that out about the Tree of Wisdoms is to provide something that makes a more satisfying playthrough, after appreciating that there's a little more subtlety to the game than maybe than first appeared. But the last thing I want to do is have that suddenly become this, this albatross, right? Around your neck that sort of stops you from getting any enjoyment out of the game. So it's a thing to keep in mind. It's something to keep an eye out for, and hopefully it will lead to some interesting. Like, I guess the biggest thing I can say is knowing that these are concerns present in the world of the secret histories, knowing that you may have some say on how these things turn out. You may find that it winds up giving you another reason to read some of the text a little bit more closely. You're going to finish your playthrough, but your next one will be a lot more stingy with committing. Yeah, so this is the thing. Like, for me, the stinginess on committing is just, it's just become a fun challenge at this point. Like, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. Other than the fact that, again, it's just, you kind of get to boast about it once you do it. I think we'll get some moth orchids this time. Well, actually, Yeah, we've got a full picture. But yeah, whether or not it's stingy, it's the way I like to think about it is I could see myself in a situation where I commit things to the Tree of Wisdoms right away. But what I would want to do is I would want to take my understanding of the secret histories. I would read the descriptions when committing, and I would decide, is this an outcome that I'm comfortable with? And that doesn't mean that you have to read every book in the game and understand it. That's just more, given what I know in the current moment, like, am I okay? So I think it was Resurgences and Emergences was the best example of this. Yeah, Moth and Grail, Grail and Moth, right? So when the last remnants of the gods from stone are consumed, the law will be consumed with them. Bosk is the wisdom of change. When the last remnants of the gods from stone are renewed, the law will be renewed with them. Preservation is the wisdom of renewal. If you know about the gods from stone, if you have a feeling about whether or not the gods from stone should return or be consumed, you have your answer in terms of where you want to put resurgences and emergences. If you don't know, and you don't want to have a firm opinion on that, then that would be a reason to hold off committing. On that note, you got to get some sleep. Yeah, no worries. Thank you very much for hanging out, Retro. I mean, for me, it is as much, the conversations are fuel for me as much as, trying to get the word out. So it was really pleasant to be able to talk with you.
I would never want to belong to
Justice to All, thank you very much for the follow. I should also say it's getting a bit late. It's almost midnight where I am, and I actually need to get my writing done. So I don't know how much more I have in me. Let's try we'll say 15 minutes. That might be longer, but I think what we'll do is maybe we'll focus on getting the Applebright Euphonies. We'll see if we can maybe unlock another room. But if you have any remaining questions about Book of Hours or any of the stuff that we've been talking about, now would be a good time to sort of get the questions and the comments in. And for those of you who are just starting with us, I do apologize. Normally I try to start between 7 to 8 and go for about 3 hours. Book of Hours is a very easy game to go late with, but I do need to be responsible both to my employer and to myself. There's a lot of stuff for me to get through, so I do need to put a timer on this wonderful game. But I will say that I am a variety broadcaster. I have been doing a lot of Book of Hours recently, and I will continue to be doing a lot of Book of Hours. But there will be a point where I'm not doing it every day of the week. But so far, the plan is Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Oh, on that note, let me just take a quick look at my schedule here. There's a local game dev meetup, and the way that I find stuff like Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours is by going to meetups like that. So let me just see if they're meeting this week. Oh, no show and chill. Cool. Okay, so this month I don't have a local meetup. I mean, there might be something at there might be something in a park, but yeah, usually once a month there'll be a Wednesday when I don't stream just because I'm going to that meetup, but that's not going to happen this time. And Justice to All says, I didn't even know that there were consequences behind putting skills in the tree. I just put them there for solo elements. Yeah, so this is the thing. Like, again, I feel kind of bad for pointing this out because I think it's actually good for people to sort of find that on their own. But what it comes down to is just it's just another reminder that this game is written very well. And when I say written very well, it's not just the nice poetic language, but it's actually the fact that there are subtle changes which you can sometimes only pick up after rereading. And so, it's the same advice that you always get in the game like this. Read everything and reread everything. And so what you'll notice is that you do very often have two contradictory outcomes in the Tree of Wisdoms. And the thing is that like it doesn't have to mean anything, right? You can absolutely keep it as an element of the soul, and that's, there's just that nice surface level that you can work with, and it need not be any more complicated than that. But it is also true that as a librarian of Hush House, you have something of a privileged position. And it may not be clear that you have this privileged position at the beginning, which is one of the things we were talking about earlier on in the playthrough, which is that it is often true when we, in our own lives, when we're learning, a lot of people go to college and they don't know what they're going to study. You have a set of things maybe that you're good in high school, or you have a set of classes that you like. I mean, hell, you might just sign up for a bunch of film studies classes because that's, that seems like an easy way to pass the time. I think this is actually why universities have breadth requirements, and I think that's a good thing. But, eventually you kind of catch onto a train of thought that works for you, and then you follow that thread a little bit more, and it suddenly becomes much more interesting. Ah, damn it. The clouds don't help. All right. Well, we can get a satisfaction from Fekri's Herbery. But yeah, the thing is that very often we don't quite know what the implications of some of the things that we study or some of the things that we read or do are going to be. And that's fine. Like it's probably a mistake for us to kind of sit down and think that we can kind of plan out our whole lives from the very beginning. And so as a result, in the case of Book of Hours, where I find it most interesting is that when you're reading the Tree of Wisdoms, you suddenly realize, wait a minute, these are two different things, and only one of them applies when I commit this. And I read a book that was talking about the gods from stone, and I have some strong opinions about this. And like what I found for myself was that there were some things that I felt very uncomfortable with. And so as a result, even though I needed an element of the soul, I didn't want to commit it because I didn't like what it was saying. And that gives you a reason to read the books more closely and reread the books. And so the game sort of reinforces its points of interest again doing that. So the one thing I don't want to do is create a situation where everybody's paranoid about what they're committing to the Tree of Wisdoms. But on the other hand, it's a wonderful way to suddenly like engage a lot more deeply with the game's lore, where all of a sudden the hours are not just these abstract random things that you're occasionally reading about, but they're actually things that you will be making recommendations for. And so it's definitely, to me, it's a fun way of engaging. Can you pet the cat? Indeed. And there's also a dog that you can pet. Let me just take a minute here and read the relevant texts. I think it was Fekri's Herbery I was working with. I need Sky, so we can read Apollo and Marsyas. And where were we? Traveling at Night Volume 2. So that should get me going for the Applebright Euphonies. So yes, here we go. Oh, you were planning on... Sorry, you were hoping to work on that desk. So what you can do here, so you can consider a cat. So... so you can add a soul card. So inspect this beast. It can be more rewarding to talk with a beast, though. So if you want, you can talk. Time with the beastie. Add a soul card to interact with the beast. Offer this beast my company. Who knows? Perhaps it will offer something in return. And you can also feed the beastie, which is rather important because beasties do get hungry. But there's actually a few different animals. So we found a wild dog. Loyal dog. Walkies are surely a small price to pay for his unshakable fidelity. Dogs have 2 edge, 2 heart, 2 scale. whereas cats are 2 grail, 2 heart, 2 moth. But again, not the only pets. So we have the chimeric larva approaching the chrysalis crossroads, 2 knock, 2 moon, 4 moth. I'm trying to remember the other pets that we have. So we've got a parrot, cockatoo. So magnificent green cockatoo. On numerous occasions, this wonderful bird has remained almost entirely inaudible. 2 grail, 2 heart, 2 sky. The Stimpfling. Ava de Wolf taught her father Valentine how to hatch these silvery little villains, but he never learnt to like them. 3 moon, 3 scale. I actually don't know what this thing eats. Let's find out. Eats eggs or remains, so it's carnivorous. I'm personally, I'm looking forward to the tortoise. I like the tortoise. All right, let's figure out what we're doing with the day. I think my elements of the soul are basically spoken for, so probably I just do some gardening for the rest of the day. You've not... I don't think that's entirely... Well, it depends how far you've gotten in Be Free, but if you take a look in this region, so Heart in a Jar counts as remains, phosphorescent scrapings. I think even Essential Peroist counts as remains. Now, that's not necessarily something that you can feed a cat. Generally, when you want to feed a cat, you would feed it something like a mackerel. But yeah, there's definitely more remains kicking around. Actually, I think even the urn counts as remains. So don't recommend feeding that to the cat either. I don't think we can pick pears. All right, let's get some cat's claw. Oh, fair enough. So yeah, just because I'm focusing on the Applebright Euphonies, I'm not going to bother trying to find a new hireling or something like that. We'll use the Foss to level up the Applebright Euphonies, but I think we're doing okay. So, Storm from Apollo and Marsyas. Satisfaction from Fectry's Herbery. Solace from Traveling at Night. Did I forget a text? Oh no, hang on. We've got everything we need. So we'll just need 2 for the next one. Now if I wanted, I could try and recover one of these elements of the soul, I suppose. Well, I suppose the one thing that I could get out of that... yeah, so if I spend the tuppence, then I can use it in the projector. Sure, so we can do that with the whist after all. Alright, rest and refreshment. Tuppence will buy me a hearty meal in a quiet place where I can rest and gather my thoughts. It is spring and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. You definitely cannot feed the urn to the cat, so just a reminder for the cat. If you want to feed the cat, it is essential that it be sustenance. And it can be remains or an egg. It cannot just be remains. It has to be sustenance. So you cannot feed the cat ashes. I believe the cat will be very upset with you if you try to feed it ashes. I also happen to know that Lottie Bevan, producer of this game, is very fond of cats and would not appreciate it if word got around that I was somehow trying to suggest that that people feed the cat ashes. We tried to give the dog bread and the lodge didn't work. Yeah, I think the dog also wants remains or an egg. Yep, same as the cat. Can you feed the cat to the dog? Oh yeah, sorry, we're at level 3 for those, so... Again, nothing new for us, but nice to know that we have the option. Alright. We've got our cat's claw. Watch the thorns. Better now. Okay, so the reason we're doing the whist here is it's a relatively inexpensive way for us to be able to use this projector, and the projector is going to let me get another memory. So we apply the whist. The reason we can put whist in here is because it has the one lantern in addition to the 2 winter. I think we'll probably use the Grail one. We could probably get away. No, we couldn't actually. Oh, yes, we could. Okay, with Tradisma Herrera. I think I'd be able to work it around that the memory would cover it. But yeah, it gets a little tricky with the projector here because it takes Lantern, Forge, Grail, and Sky. And so for when you try to read something that's like Moon, you have a little bit more, you have to be careful in terms of what you're putting in. So the good news is that it has space for more memories, but in any case, I can no longer think what I want to think. My thoughts have been replaced by moving images. So Colors in the Liver, Ilse Bischoff's most controversial film, blamed for outbreaks of cannibalistic killings in Tiflis and Leipzig. So, oh, this is interesting. I actually I'm 1 short. Yeah, so I would need a memory for this, ideally. But in this case, I'm going to risk it. Perhaps you've provided Grail, but not enough to match Mystery Grail. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. So the risk here is that I give my whist a malady. But I don't really want to give up. I really don't want to spend more... I don't want to spend more trying to get my Elements of the Soul back up, so we'll see how the numbers go. I think that'll be how we close out the day, watching a movie. Sounds like a good day, actually. We had a nice pie and the sweet bones. We learned some things and finished the day watching a movie that inspired cannibalism. And we didn't even feed ashes to the cat. Alright, there's still a chance. So they want an element of the soul or... Hey! Art! It's educational. Alright. The art is what saves us. Oops. We'll let the sister and witch... Or, no. Witch and sister help us. The witch and sister unites what is at rest. She is sought at the water's edge and beneath the moon. She cannot be separated. She cannot be touched. She is coral, amber, pearl. So this is the big risk by me not committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms. It's the fact that so many of these challenges wind up having elements of the soul. So if I want to read a Grail text like this, I have absolutely no ability to solve those if it comes down to Grail. I've always wondered if you're able to add the stained glass, but unfortunately, even though it counts as wall art, you can't drag it in. But we have what we need here. Take a moment to look at something here. This is actually, the more I think about this, the fact that we're watching a film and then comparing it to a painting is actually, that's a kind of a neat one. I did used to work, I did work in movies, and I worked in the camera department, and I will 100% say that you, at least at the top end, you will see a lot of references to painting among cinematographers. Like focus pullers or whatever, they're not gonna, they're not gonna give you opinions on like Caravaggio or something like that. But like the Dutch masters, Italians. There's a reason I mentioned Caravaggio, right? He looks like, a sufficiently high production thriller. It's but yeah, no, it's one of these things where if you're working in the visual arts, you can do worse than look at paintings, right? So there is something kind of neat about, again, you can look at the paintings in any of these, but there is something specifically kind of neat in this where you're contemplating this Grail film, and you go and consult an image of the witch and sister, and this just happens to be the thing that cracks it open for you. It's a nice little moment to me. Like, this is one of the things I really appreciate about Weather Factory's games, is like, this is a moment that was not necessarily scripted. It is more the implication, and yet this stuff happens so often, and it always just tends to have some sort of resonance with something that has individually happened to me. And I don't think it's because I've lived some very full and varied life. I think I actually have a very ordinary life, all things considered. But, I just happen to think that most people are going to be able to play a game like this, and there's going to be one reference somewhere that really means something to them. And, again, for me, it just happens to be that, weird little career I had before going to school where, I learned a little bit about what cinematographers talk about behind the scenes. You may have a different thing. Maybe you picked up Ernst Gombrich's book, The Story of Art, and you suddenly gained a great insight into whatever. I suspect reading books and being inspired by them is not something unique to to a handful of people. I think most people have had some kind of experience like that, and it's just a question of where what memory this game provokes. All right, a gang of heretic priests agree to strike the fear of the change into the infuriatingly atheist citizenry. At night, they dress as four-winged angels and crawl down chimneys and through windows to savage members of their congregation. The priests are caught by unidentified figures wearing heavily mandibled masks like grotesque caricatures of ants. They are force-fed larvae. A final caption indicates that at dawn the larvae will hatch. So we note pentiments and precursors. Feats and fates of forgotten things, the carapace cross the line of Antios, the world of a low red sun. Though much is taken, much abides. So perhaps this is a suggestion of something about the carapace cross. Oh boy, resurgences and emergences again. This is going to take some work. Let me just get the film down. That was Colors in the Liver. All right. So looking good overall. The resurgences and emergences is definitely going to require some attention, right? So we'll add the lesson learned. We still need to get 4 more, so that's probably going to be another day that we dedicate just to earning memories. As far as the rest, I can definitely see how Experiment Beyond Sight is something achievable for us. The Admonitory Automata project is a little bit like... actually, no, that's more achievable than the Temptations of Architecture, now that I think of it, because I can put more than one... I can put more than one memory in there, so actually we're good to go there. And the Open Head isn't a possibility because it's written in Hyksos. So we have at least 2 texts that we can read without difficulty. And then... Actually, let's also think about the hunting journals of Brian DeWolf. So if we have Horns and Ivories as our best one. Okay, so Horns and Ivories gives me 4. The health gives me 5. The... Oh, man. Yeah. So the Hunting Journals of Brian DeWolf is a piece of cake because we do Horns and Ivories for 4, Health for 5, the Hourglass for 6, then we add Fear and we get 8. Matrix Disc, hello! I'm doing quite well, although I do need to caution you, we're actually pretty much just on the border of wrapping up tonight, and I apologize. I'm already 2 hours later than what I would normally do. I'm just kind of planning out the next day. Okay, so definitely this book. Well, I mean, we'll probably do Resurgences and Emergences tomorrow first. We will definitely read Hunting Journals of Brian DeWolf. Following that, I suspect we will do both Experiment Beyond Sight as well as the Admonitory Automata project. That will require multiple memories, but that's definitely something that we can achieve. And assuming that we're not able to open up any more rooms, and again, that's pretty achievable on its own, what we would do is maybe try and take a flyer on the 2 remaining Forge targets. You missed the first part of your stream, but I'll rewatch the rest of it. Well, I never take attendance, Matrix Disc. My hope would be that you watch it because it's something you want to watch or something that you enjoy. And actually, I'll maybe just take, for the benefit of people who may not follow some of the YouTube stuff, if you'd like to share your spreadsheets of books, you'd like to see them. Oh yeah, I have them on just on like a numbers spreadsheet for I'd probably just need to shift it to something like Google Sheets, which is a little bit more shareable, but I'm happy to do that. Already started your own? Yeah, no, I'm perfectly happy to do that. Let's see what the weather is for tomorrow, but obviously that's going to be a big day because we've got a visitor. Okay, another cloudy day. That doesn't help us with Resurgences and Emergences. So the tryst would be set aside for... Actually, yeah, so let's set up the day. So, satisfaction. Impulse. Shoot, I don't think I'm gonna have... Oh no, this'll work. Skeleton songs for the Beguiling Melody. Where else do I get Grail? So Satisfaction gives me Grail. Beguiling Melody gives me Grail. Gossip does, doesn't it? Yeah, Karashim Portalon would give me Gossip. Hang on, I'll double check that. Yes, and the Queens and the Rivers, but I did say Karashim Portalon first. Okay, so health is free. Trist will be used to level up resurgences and emergences. We will have a visitor on the affair of the second skin. And then the day following, as a default, we'll watch one of the films while trying to hire a special worker. And if we can't hire the special worker, we will we'll just work on the remaining text that we have. Oh yeah, sure. So I don't know if I've done that much more since you've last visited. So we did unlock the Stair Tenebris. There were shadows here in the earth long before the foundations of the house were laid. They retreated before the Romans' burrowings. They quailed before the sun hymns of the brethren. They slunk away before the blades and pistols of the barons de Wolf. Over all those centuries they shrank until at last, when the Curie of the Isle sunk this stair, they could recruit one as a watchdog. And it's got the Velvet, the hour of secrecy, ignorance, privacy, shame. The Velvet has never encouraged insight, investigation, or worship. Even an image of her is unusual. So Moon is like the opposite of what I'm interested in. Here we have the Earth Cellar. In the time of the Abbey, this was a shrine to St. Lucia the Eyeless. Since the heresies of the Intercalate, the Church of the Unconquered Sun considers her an aspect of the hour called Meniscate. But back then, she was just a patron saint of stained glass workers and eye doctors. The tree in Earl Brian's field outside was traditionally hung with stained glass ornaments on St. Lucia's Day. Since the dissolution of the Abbey, though, it's mostly been vegetables in here. Yes, the backspace, which I don't think I have one that would apply. I guess you can remap it. Next complete recipe is technically but I think they mentioned that in the patch notes too. So I think the other one that they're trying to draw people's attention to are those more advanced workers. And it's funny, I actually thought that was originally intended as a secret, but it might be just that. It may just be that it's not as obvious as they wanted it to be. I know why it's not obvious, but yeah. Anyways, Earth Cellar. So it's got a basket of apples, notoriously hard to take just one bite. Basket of onions, the prima materia of cooking. This may be why the cosmos is shaped so like an onion. A basket of vegetables, gifts from the garden, and a basket of leeks, the mark of St. David's triumphs, and very good in soup. We have Earl Brian's Field. Brian is another one of those leitmotif names that recur all through Brankrug's lost histories. This one was Brian of Brittany, who is named Earl of Cornwall by King William after the conquest. In 1068, the sons of the deposed King Harold mount raids on Cornwall, and Brian funds the construction of a fortified gate and the watchman's tower, initially in wood to protect the abbey. In return, the abbey gives shelter to a yew tree he's brought from Brittany that flowers in divers colors. This is that tree, hollow now and rotting slowly from within, taking its time to die gracefully. It has not flowered in living memory, and the colors of its flowers cannot now be told, but Brian's brothers were called Alan the Red and Alan the Black. We've got the hidden stair. After Brillou's retirement in 1861, the Curia found itself short of promising candidates until the arrival of William Harries, a former Dutch Lutheran priest and sometime correspondent of Stanislav Schaller. He had been a missionary in the Dutch East Indies until his faith was lost or transmuted into a devotion of St. Agnes of the Gate, and he was drawn to Hush House. He won his position by presenting the Curia with a key long lost. That was the key to this very stair, but only the naive would assume that the key was a tangible object. And just a quick note here that this is from the Dawn period. 599 AD is the traditional date for the first foundation here, sometimes called the Abbey of the Black Dove, sometimes the Abbey of the White Crow, but the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot first built their temples here much earlier than that. And I believe that is it for the locations. Now, I will note, so we've got the Earl's U. Journal, present what? Add an ability to win a victory or record a history in your journal to win a major one. Sunset beneath the tree. Hush House lives again. Perhaps that's all I want. Some of the very best librarians have worked well, lived quietly, left the world a better place. This will end the game. Ambitious librarians might prefer to keep looking for another victory. Contented librarians understand that to restore the house and find the tree is victory enough. Or, of course, you could choose this ending anytime you like and begin again with another librarian. I'm not ending the playthrough, don't worry. Although I wonder if I could try I'm not committing anything to the Tree of Wisdom's ending. Something for me to think about. But yeah, this was fun. I feel like I'm kind of running out the clock when I've already said that I'm done for tonight. So we'll say, what was it? August the 21st. But again, thank you everybody for hanging out. This was a lot of fun, and I appreciate all of you. Like I said, on one hand, it's tedious for streamers to talk about their viewership numbers and that, but in this case, I do want it to be an opportunity to express appreciation. This is a very small channel, but obviously Book of Hours has resulted in quite a bit more attention than what I normally get, and that is something that I definitely appreciate. So whether you're here for a little while or whether you stick around afterwards, I'm going to be doing Book of Hours at the very least to completion, and then I'll start filing in the normal games that I play as well. I will definitely be doing quite a bit of Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours on the YouTube channel. Those will be staples. But at some point, I do want to fold back in my usual games for Book of Hours. But that's Book of Hours will be around for a while, so don't worry about it going away. But I did want to take a minute just to say thank you for all of you. I have definitely felt very appreciated, and I really like the interaction with all of you about the game. I'm glad that some of you are discovering this game through the stream, and also that some of you are, finding something new to appreciate about this game. Hopefully without me giving too many spoilers. Send you a private message on Twitch if you'd like to see the Google Sheets. So actually, Matrix, I've specifically held off on looking at things that I don't already find on my own. There is a way, if I wanted, I could actually look at all of the books immediately. That is available within the files of the game. So I appreciate the offer, but I've actually gone out of my way not to see that. But I'm very happy to share the information that I have. I am kind of tired, so what I'll do is I need to get some writing done tonight. So what I will do is I will export the spreadsheet that I have after work tomorrow, and I will definitely send that to you when that's ready to go. But I'll just need a little time to get it into a format that I can actually share with people as opposed to something for it. But oh, that's wonderful to hear. Thank you. But yeah, anyways, thank you everybody for hanging out. I am going to host Shake the Box, which is tagged as English Vibes Community. I've had a little bit of bad luck with some of the hosting that I've been doing lately. But I definitely feel like we should pass along, I feel like we should be passing along people to Book of Hours. So it will be Shake the Boxes stream. I hope you all have a wonderful... Oh, let's try that again. I hope you all have a wonderful evening, that you show some support to another Book of Hours broadcaster. I'm going to need to talk out the raid anyway. Thank you for hanging out, Thakri. It's always nice to see you. Thank you, all of you. And yeah, I will be back Wednesday. I'll try to be as close as I can to 7 Eastern, but again, I keep that hour because it's really helpful sometimes to be able to just go for a walk before a stream. I've been cooped up with a lot of the 10-hour streams, so if I'm late, I will always stream no matter what. Sometimes I take a little extra time before getting started, so... But anyways, please enjoy Shake the Box. We will see you in a couple of days. Have a good one.